30 in polling district A, box A to C. Then D to G in polling district A, All Saints Secondary School. Colin James, 86, Avoy Knight 2, 107 for Jamal Pringle. H to K, polling district A, All Saints Secondary School, 92 for Colin James, 6 for Avoy Knight, 130 for Jamal Pringle. Then L to R, polling district A, L to R, All Saints Secondary School again, 114 for Colin James. They actually tied in this box. 114 for Colin James, Avoy Knight 3, 114 for Jamal Pringle. So tie in that box. That's box L to R. Bertrand Joseph, tell me.
Well,
this is Colin's boxes.
this is the area in which Colin James should not just win, but he should run up the numbers. And because once he leaves here, he's going downhill. Even if he's able to hold it in sweets, which he's not going to be able to do. By the time he gets Old Road, it's over. He's behind. He's not going to make it.
Yeah. All right, so Colin James, you're saying is in a very difficult position in this one. Peter Wickham, let me hear you.
Yeah, no, I wasn't in a position to comment on it because I was focusing on something else.
Okay. So, I think Peter Wickham is following his notes very clearly there. Sherry, tell me.
Yeah, these boxes, All Saints Secondary School, that's Colin James's area, and he has lost.
And it's not just winning, he has to run up the numbers.
And he cannot run it up, especially in Old Road.
No.
And John Hughes.
And John Hughes, definitely.
I don't know how and I don't think he can even catch himself in sweets.
No.
So and he has to run up a lot.
I didn't think that would have been a seat that the ABLP could pull back, though. That one.
But they came in within 10 votes the last time. 10 votes.
Yeah, because, I mean, you were dealing with Joanne Messiah in a situation where she was familiar with the constituency and pulling votes. So my feeling was that they were doing, the ABLP was doing
Peter,
better.
Can I interject? Joanne Messiah got 106 votes the last time. 106. She actually got the 4th highest vote of DNA candidates in 2018. 4th highest. Vincent Cornelius Jr. actually did the highest, 134 in St. John's Rural East then. So, in a way, in All Saints East and St. Luke, Joanne Messiah was not really a significant factor with 106 votes.
No, I mean, she didn't give the constituency to anyone. I just felt that her presence would have had a greater impact on the constituency on that occasion than it would on this. I think on this occasion, it's essentially a straight fight, and it's a UPP seat.
Traditionally.
The ABLP candidate was what, 13 votes so far? Sorry, the DNA candidate. Right now.
The DNA candidate so far is, let's just put that graphic again. It's, yes, the Avoy Knight, so All Saints East and St. Luke, 13.
Right,
yes.
13 votes. So, I mean, it's still a less significant performance than that was the case last year. So, I mean, I'm comfortable saying that we can project that one for the UPP again.
Yes.
That seems entirely reasonable.
53.7% of the vote for Jamal Pringle, 623 to 523, leading by 100 exactly over Colin James. Colin James came within 10 votes of winning in 2018. Now he's trailing by 100, 5 of 14 boxes, Avoy Knight with 14. Let me give you some more numbers, this time from St. John's Rural East. Ladies and gentlemen, St. John's Rural East. We're going to be taking a short break in another, after we go to these numbers, and Donna Shire will rejoin us and replacing Sherry Ann. Let me go to St. John's Rural East now. This is polling district A. Okay, Bermdua. Let's go to Bermdua. 4 of 4. And as you see, Trevor Walker, 624, a sizable lead. It wasn't close at all. 58% of the votes for Trevor Walker of the Bermdua People's Movement. 4 of 4 boxes. The Sinter Ned Charles, 456. Trevor Walker returns to Parliament as Member of Parliament elect for Bermdua. So Trevor Walker projected to win, confirmed to win in Bermdua. The seat called for the BPM. Peter Wickham.
Don't know that it was a huge surprise to anyone. What I was interested in Bermuda was that there was a significant increase in the number of registered voters. And the presumption is that if they came from the mainland, these would have been less organic and perhaps could have voted in favor of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. As it worked out, no, it was a no contest, and he won it. He won it comfortably. The level of support that he has here is, well, to start with, the voter turnout was 81%, and I think that's fairly impressive too, that large number of people voted. So yeah, it's not a terribly surprising outcome. It's a slight improvement in terms of his swing, and Trevor Walker holds on. You know, the Bermuda situation this time around seems a lot more clear than it was on previous occasions, and there seems to have been a decisive improvement there. We were speaking earlier about the fact that Barbudans seem to be reacting to things about which they're unhappy, and I think that we're fairly clear on that. My question is always in relation to Bermuda substantively, what would be the preferred option? And I think that is really the challenge, that developmental challenge that Bermuda faces. What appears to be going on over there now seems to be good for the local economy. People are working, there's work going on, people who are vending are earning money and things of that nature. And there's things happening developmentally, but clearly the population is not happy with it. And I think it begs the question, and if not that, what would they prefer to be happening in Bermuda that would make them happier?
Let me hear Bertrand on this one, Bermuda.
Bermuda, it was to be expected. And even with the 100 new registered voters, I didn't expect that anything there would change. Maybe it closed the gap, but not really to win. So that was expected.
Yeah. And Sharon, Bermuda?
I'm not surprised with the Bermuda win. It has extended the gap nonetheless, and I think Bermuda has basically told the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party just by the margin that they've won what do you really think of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party.
Okay, let's go to St. John's Rural East very quickly. In terms of the boxes.
Okay, anyhow. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to St. John's Rural East. So, this is this is polling district A to B, at the St. John's Catholic Primary. 132 for Maria Brown, 1 for Trevor Young, 112 for Sean Bird. 132, 112, 1. C to D, it does appear. The font here is a little bit difficult. C to D does appear. This is also
C to D.
C to D. St. John's Catholic. Maria Brown 126. Trevor Young 4. Sean Bird 107. This is also polling district A. This appears to be
E to G.
Okay. It does appear to be a little bit different here on this one. 118 for Maria Brown, 5 for Trevor Young, 107 for Sean Bird. 118 to 107. Then in the other one,
H to J.
133 for Maria Brown, 7 for Trevor Young, 151 for Sean Bird. So Sean Bird winning that one at St. John's Catholic. 4 boxes. Well, I've actually gone on to 6, so we're going to be getting an update in terms of how this one is panned out. So here is it now. 705 for Maria Brown, 660 for Sean Bird, 6 of 15 boxes. Sean Bird keeping in step. Trevor Young 22, 6 of 15 boxes. Based on the 4 numbers, Bertrand, what do you make of it?
This is a difficult constituency to say how this is going to go, because Maria won it by about 1,000, almost like 1,200 votes, and now it's pretty close. So this will probably go right down to the wire. This is one of the difficult ones we can't call.
I'm a bit surprised, though, that constituency is looking as precarious as it is, because I assume that this is a seat that Maria Brown would win handily, especially when you consider who represented the constituency before. Of course, he lost it as well at a point, but my expectation was that she would have been in a slightly stronger position. My feeling is that she will hold on, but this is a significant swing that I think needs to be monitored.
Excellent. All right, thank you so much. We're going to go to Ursula, and when we come back from Ursula, we have another drop of stats with the numbers. So Ursula has some new numbers. Then we take a short break. We're going to be getting Donna Shaw back onto the set. Then we'll have another set of numbers. Ursula, back over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Garfield. Decision 2023 continues counting down. We've got an update in the St. John City South constituency. That's where the incumbent Stedroy Olivero, QT Benjamin, seeking another term in office. Stedroy Benjamin extending his lead there in City South. 5 of 8 boxes counted so far. The incumbent for the ABLP with 526 votes. Francis Freitas of the UPP 281 and Roland Timothy of the DNA 8 votes. So we have 5 of 8 boxes counted there. Only 7 rejected ballots in that constituency. We've got 3 more boxes to go in that seat. Let's go to St. Mary's North now, where it's the constituency of the Josephs, because incumbent Sir Malwin Joseph is seeking to be re-elected in that constituency. He is at 455. This continues to be a very close race in this constituency. 5 of 16 boxes counted, so quite a way to go. Jonathan Joseph trending closely at 443. It's only a 12-vote difference. And Kishon Joseph of the DNA now with 15 votes. So the ABLP Sir Malvin Joseph 455. The UPP's Jonathan Joseph 443. Kishon Joseph of the DNA with 15 votes. That's 5 of 16 boxes that have been counted so far. Let's see if we can get any more updates from the gentleman in the hard-working gentleman in the tech room at the back. St. John's Rural North now, 5 of 12 boxes counted, so we're almost halfway there. The incumbent Henry Charles Max Fernandez with 692 votes, extending his lead just slightly. He is now 82 votes ahead of Pearl Quinn Williams on 610, and Louis Rivera of the DNA now with 21 votes. If I'm not mistaken, that's the second highest number of votes for a DNA candidate tonight. So Charles Fernandez, 692, Pearl Quinn Williams, 610, Louis Rivera, 21. 5 of 12 boxes counted, 3 rejected ballots. Let's go to some other updates now as we continue to bring you the very latest. We are now that much closer to calling St. John's City West. There's only 1 box left to be counted. We have called it. Okay. All right. So we needed to update this graphic here to call for St. John's City West for Gaston Brown. All right. Let's go to another graphic. Let's get the very latest in numbers for you as we continue to count and count down. Any more updates, gentlemen? All right, let's take a break as we promised you. We're continuing to bring you the very latest coverage. And we're going to take a break, come back now to more numbers, more of our panelists right after this.
The date has been announced.
January 18, 2023!
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any fora and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride.
Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair. ABS, your election headquarters.
Let's get social. We're ready to connect with you. Find us on Facebook. Do you tweet? We do. Send us a tweet. Connect with us on Instagram. Keep up to date with news and more at www.abstvradio.com.
Welcome back to Decision 2023, ABS Television's live and continued coverage of the country votes in 2023 elections, the 16th since general elections, and ABS is in a position to project that Gaston Brown will return to Parliament as Member of Parliament for St. John's City West. ABS projects that the Prime Minister returns, the incumbent candidate, who is the Prime Minister, returns as the Member of Parliament for St. John's City West. So now a second one in the column for the ABLP, a second win for the ABLP, of course, following St. Philip's North, the veteran who will in this term as Member of Parliament, that's St. Philip's North, that's Sir Robin Yearwood, will make 50 years in the nation's legislature. He was the first to have won his seat. A very close contest, though, a very hotly contested one. Alex Brown of the UPP really giving a stern challenge to Sir Robin Yearwood. But in the end, the veteran prevailed, staved off the challenge, and returns to Parliament. So, two projections from ABS. All right, we can now give you some more numbers as we welcome back Donna Shoy to our set. Peter Wickham still with us, Bertrand Joseph still with us. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we go back over to Darren, we'll be going to Darren's Skype panel back in a short while because we have another set of panelists there as well. So much engagement, so much analysis. Let me go back to the figures. We got another statistics drop, all right? St. John's Rural West. St. John's Rural West. Polling district A, polling station A to B. This is at Temple Academy, Armstrong Road. Gale Christian 80. Stephen Richardson of the DNA 0. Richard Lewis of the UPP 82. Anderson Carty Independent 0. 82 for Richard Lewis, 80 for Gale Christian at Temple Academy, A to B, polling district A. Polling district A, C to D, St. Anthony's Church, Christian Street, 72 for Gale Christian, 3 for Stephen Richardson, the DNA candidate, 87 for Richard Lewis, the UPP candidate, 2 for Anderson Carty, independent candidate. This is polling district A, E to G, Nazarene Church, Grace Farm, Main Road, Gale Christian 57, Stephen Richardson of the DNA 3, Richard Lewis of the UPP 92, Anderson Carty, independent 1. This is the exhibition, this is the multipurpose exhibition and cultural center, Perry Bay. H to J, also in polling district A, Gale Christian 80, Stephen Richardson of the DNA 4, Richard Lewis of the UPP 125, Anderson Carty independent 1. So let's go to rifle through them very quickly and then we get our panelists to respond to them because we have to get these stats drops back to our stats department. This is now, this is St. Paul. 3, we're going to go to St. Paul shortly. Polling district A, box A to B, Liberta Primary School, EP Chet Green, 139, Gamil Joyce, DNA 2. This is Cleon Attil of the UPP, 115, 115. Polling district A, C to F, Liberta Primary School, EP Chet Green, 167, Gamil Joyce, 0. Cleon Attil 89. Cleon Attil 89. Then we go to polling station G to I, also in polling district A. 109 for EP Chet Green, 1 for Gamil Joyce, 66 for Cleon Attil. So, an update there on those numbers. They've now gone 3 of 11, and in all 3, EP Chet Green, the ABLP incumbent, has won in all 3 boxes so far. We'll monitor that one closely. St. John's City West, we've already projected. Suffice it to say, the Prime Minister, Gaston Brown, the ABLP candidate, has won all of those boxes. All of the boxes. The ones he was hotly contested in or closely contested in would have been, let's see, this one, 121 to 63, 99 to 50, 99 to 59. That was at building in Bishopgate Street, 99 to 59. That was the closest. All the others, he won comfortably. So we've already projected Gaston Brown returns as Member of Parliament for City West. Let's look at St. George, 5 of 17 boxes. So Algernon Serpent Watts extends his lead, 5 of 17 boxes, 743 to Dean Jonas's 475. Benjamin Quinlan, 16. Let's see how this one pans out. But so far, Algernon Serpent Watts has been leading all night, 5 of 17. He hasn't relinquished his lead, 60% of the vote that he had, 60% of the numbers for Algernon Serpent Watts in St. George. Let's continue with some more boxes. St. John's City East. Now this is a very, very closely contested, this is a very interesting one. City East. Polling District A. A to X, Lions Den, Cross Street. Melford Nicholas, 12. Leon Smith, DNA, 1. Harold Lovell, UPP, 56. That's A to X, Polling District A. Polling District B, A to B. This is Princess Margaret School. Melford Nicholas, 124. Leon Smith, 0. Harold Lovell, 101. Polling Station B, or Polling District B, Polling Station C to F, also at PMS, 116 for Melford Nicholas, 0 for Leon Smith, 106 for Harold Lovell. G to I, also in Polling District B. G to I, also at PM School, 66 for Melford Nicholas, 2 for Leon Smith, 100 for Harold Lovell. J to L, also at PM School, 100 for Melford Nicholas, Leon Smith 2, 116 for Harold Lovell. M to P, also at PM School, 128 for Melford Nicholas, 4 for Leon Smith, 123 for Harold Lovell. So, in terms of the boxes, 6 boxes, so we've now had an update on this one, 6 boxes have now been declared, or now been counted in this one, and so far, we've had Melford Nicholas winning in 1, 2, 3, and Harold Lovell winning in the other 3. So 3 apiece in terms of those boxes in St. John's City East. Never mind, this is an update on that one. So an update on City East, 6 boxes have now been counted in that one. If we can just put up that graphic, I think what we had there was 5 of 8. This one is 6 of 8. So 2 more boxes based on the figures we have from our stats department. So we'll update this one to 6 of 8. Then we go to Bermdua, already declared for the BPM. The incumbent Trevor Walker returns to Parliament as Member of Parliament elect for Bermdua. In all, let me just run through very quickly. Just one polling district, A to C, Nacinta Ned of the ABLP, 82, 127 for Trevor Walker. D to I, Holy Trinity School, 115 for Nacinta Ned, 194 for Trevor Walker. J to O, Holy Trinity School, 134 for Nacinta Ned, 128 for Trevor Walker. So that was 1 there by Nacinta Ned. P to Y, Holy Trinity School, Bermdua, Nacinta Ned, 125, 175 for Trevor Walker. And therefore, of those 4 boxes, 456 for Nacinta Ned, 672 for Trevor Walker. So, as I said, we've already declared that one. All Saints West, we've just essentially indicated to you very quickly in terms of how All Saints West is shaping up. And we're watching that one very closely. Our graphic is actually farther advanced than the drop that we got. So we move on from that one. We'll wait more numbers from All Saints West. Dr. Michael Brown trailing. He's in ABLP incumbent. Then we go to St. George, 4 boxes. St. George, 4 boxes. And so far, if we could just put out St. George, where we have Dean Jonas of the ABLP in all 4 boxes so far, losing to Algernon Serpent Watts. They've now gotten to 5 of 17. Algernon Serpent Watts, 743, 60% of the vote. So I look there at our numbers. I'm going to get our analysts to walk us through those numbers in relation to how those boxes are shaping up. Are these trends? Are these analyses? As we welcome back Donna Shine. Donna, tell me.
Thank you, Garfield, for having me back. Well, you know, historically we say that Antigua people vote parties. And I can say this is one of them that we are seeing that trend to me is continuing. That we vote parties, not particularly performance. And whilst I'll take the opportunity to congratulate Trevor Walker in Bermdua, I think that I'm a little surprised by the margin that he would have won by. I think you said that too, right, Peter? In that so much has happened in Bermdua in terms of the employment in Bermdua, the development of that whole, well, even when we look at the rehousing of the people who were devastated by Hurricane Irma, I think that Bermuda in particular was given a lot of resources from Antigua, yet what we saw was a vote for their party, right? Trevor Walker, and not for the performance or the benefits that they would have had from the incumbent, from the government. Notwithstanding, balanced with that is that Nacinta Ned is a new candidate, but that is why I would say we vote party and not necessarily performance, and maybe not so much issues, although I think issues have a great effect on the results. I think I have to claw back my original assessment that I thought that Alex Brown was giving Sir Robin quite a run, and I thought that he did.
He did.
I thought that he did. But I was a bit surprised too. I thought maybe it could have been the water issue. And I think that first box, I think, might have been the Seaton's box, which historically is, you know, in favor of the UPP. But again, congratulations to Sir Robin. I have to say I'm a bit surprised by how St. George is trending. But we still have quite a bit more boxes to count in that, so we'll see how that goes.
But there's a clear trend in that.
But it's trending. Right. Again, City West, I think that is one that, and I said it earlier, that I actually am a bit surprised at how well Alistair actually did. But again, I see clearly that we vote party. It seems like we still vote party and not necessarily performance.
Bertrand Joseph, and by the way, we get Bertrand Joseph and Peter, and then we go over to another of our panelists, this time with Darren Matthew Ward with a Skype panel. I'm interested to hear how his analysts are also seeing these results as well. Bertrand.
These results are shaping up quite interestingly, because when you look at St. George's, which is trending a particular way, that is a seat that I think that the incumbent won quite handily for the last two elections. And now it seems to be trending away from him, even though it is in an area where it is traditionally favorable for the UPP. But the thing is, if the incumbent is going to win the constituency, he has to run up the numbers in Potters. If he's not running them up in Potters early, then this constituency is over.
Peter.
Yeah, very quick comment on Bermuda, and you know, I support your comments entirely that there seems to be a bit of a disconnect. I looked at the swing for Bermuda, and the BPM has increased by 3%. The ELP is essentially flat, and the percentage of the number of people registered in Bermuda has grown by 10%, which I think is significant. And even in a situation where you have the numbers growing by 10%, the ALP holds its support at that level. And I really think that there's some developmental questions that need to be asked and answered regarding, you know, what exactly is it that Barbudans want to see in terms of their own development, and how that is not being met. I think St. George, my mind is still somewhat open. We have counted around 500 votes, and there's thousands of votes in St. George's. So I certainly would want to hold judgment on it. The initial data doesn't look good, certainly for the ALP. But I think that if that constituency is won by the UPP, it would definitely be performing out of sync with what we've seen in terms of all of the other constituencies. And that was what was one of the things I wanted to comment on. The outcome in Sir Robin's seat, and I certainly would want to offer my congratulations to him. He actually will make history by becoming the longest serving member of parliament in the Commonwealth. And I think that, yeah, it's long. And there's no one else that has lasted as long as he. Certainly the longest serving person in the Commonwealth will be Sir Robin. So hearty congratulations to him on achieving that feat. The person who ran against him, of course, did a sterling job by coming as close as he is and giving him a run for his money. But nonetheless, you know, Sir Robin wins, and I think he'll be congratulated. But clearly, there's some performance issues that need to be looked at in terms of his own performance. And even as we celebrate his victory, the question has to be asked about, you know, what would have accounted for this massive swing against him on this occasion.
Sure. Sure. I think the misperception of the land issue bore a lot on the outcome of that election. Because I think emotionally again, the Bermdua people were attached to the idea that they were owners of the land. And I think regardless of what other progress, whatever development, employment and everything, intrinsically it is innate that the disappointment of that emotional severance of what they thought was a secure hold on the land the way they see it, regardless of how legally beneficial, financially beneficial it might be for them. There's just still that grasp in their mentality that we have been denied of our land, we have been deprived of our land, and instead of seeing it as being a benefit for them, I think that there is some disconnect with appreciating the whole land issue, the ownership, the fact that you're now empowered and entitled to a land certificate is not sitting well with them. And I think we saw that borne out in, regardless of the 10% increase, 10% you said increase in the voter population. I think the substantial amount of votes that would have been Bermudan, indigenous Bermudan votes, has an emotional attachment to that land issue.
Okay, all right, there you go. This is extraordinary with St. Peter. I'm going to put that up full screen, St. Peter, because so far, St. Michael ran off to a very early lead from box 1 and seems to be extending it. We're going to put that up full screen. Here we go. So 2 of 11 boxes, 473 for St. Michael, the independent candidate who is the incumbent in the seat, having won the last time on an ABLP ticket, now running independent. 473. Rawdon Turner of the ABLP, 193. Tavon Harriet, UPP, 106. Shanil Imhoff of the DNA, 4. 2 of 11 boxes, but already a sizable lead. In fact, more than 2 to 1, more than double for St. Michael. Very quickly. Bertrand,
I'm not surprised at all in terms of how this is going, because St. Michael is not just any other candidate. He's a person who is on the ground and he's in touch with his people. I tell you, he's incredible in terms of some of the things that he has done. And I am not surprised that he's performing that way.
Okay, extraordinary.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
I would like to as well.
Yes, I don't think he is incredible in the things that he has done. I think he might be incredible in the relationships that he would have cultivated in the last 18 to 20 years, that he would have been the elected representative, let me say official, not representative, to Parliament. And as described sometimes as a transactional candidate. And having heard that about 1,000 people were transferred to that constituency, I am not surprised by the numbers, but I don't think it's because he has done. I don't think, again, it's not performance-based, because if you were to base the votes, or if we were to compare the votes with performance, then we wouldn't see those results.
Peter.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I take my blows.
I'm slightly more comfortable with the analysis to my left.
Which
even
one?
though you no, you use some language that I probably wouldn't have used as a strong language as transactional, but you know, it's.
He does say he he helps constituents with laptops.
Don't try to help me out and dilute.
But Garfield, let me ask this question: when the declarations for expenditure for the individual candidates go in, I mean, and I listened to him speaking to you on television, I'm anxious to see what his numbers are like, because my understanding is that in Antigua there's a limit to what you can spend per constituent. And you know, he was giving you some figures in terms of his expenditure that have gone way beyond quadruple that. But I mean, that's another matter altogether. 3,041 persons were registered in the previous election. You now have in that constituency 4,609 is a 52% increase in terms of people. What is it that is so special? Is there a housing development in St. Peter's that you've had over 1,000 people moving into that constituency in recent times? What is it? And I'm hoping that my Antiguan counterparts on the panel can tell me if there is some kind of major housing development going on, or a baby boom.
So there might be a housing development in the Painters area, but given the origin, the genesis of those houses, I highly doubt that those would redound to the votes in that particular column.
So sorry.
But let's not.
Before we continue with St. Peter, there's some interesting numbers. One box left in St. John City East, which is a bellwether, a weather vane, St. John City East. And I suppose you could argue that the City East is living up to its reputation, its billing as a bellwether, because St. John City East much closer now than it has been for the last two elections. Melford Nicholas won by 112 votes in 2014, 153 votes in 2018. Now he's leading by 26 votes. One box to go. 721 for Melford Nicholas incumbent. A strong challenge from Harold Lovell, 695. Leon Smith, 11. One box to go in St. John City East, a bellwether. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have to, I know you were talking about St. Peter. I know you're talking about St. Peter. Let's finish off quickly on St. Peter and talk about this one, which is, as I said, a weather vane constituency. I think, Donna, you were...
Yeah, we can go to that, because I don't think that 695 is very far from what he normally gains, because he's normally within that 600.
He's in the 600.
Right, I don't have well, I have them here, but I'm not going to put on
He did 616 the last time.
Okay, so he's still in that. Again, I'm emphasizing that the politics is driven, it's party driven, because the work that was done in City East had never been done before. And if we were going performance based, then clearly we should see a wider margin.
You're talking about bridges and so on.
The bridges, and yes, and cleaning out those drains, because those are basically the major problems. Because we don't have, there's not a lot of scope for housing. However, employment is usually the foundation of the votes in City East. I think that I'm thinking that we will continue to see that trend. We have one more box to go. I think overall what we're seeing in the general disparity of, or maybe not the expectations that we thought, a lot of it might have to do with the pandemic, with the state of emergency, with the vaccine, the no vaccines. You know, I think again we are human beings. We vote on emotions. We hold on to our perception of how things affect us, and I think we're seeing some of the residue of the emotions from the pandemic, giving some gaps between what we would have anticipated. I'm saying again, we're a voting party and not performance.
This is interesting. As I said, Melford Nicholas holding off a very strong challenge. One box to go, and as I said, if he's been leading the entire night, Melford Nicholas. If that trend continues, he holds on to the seat. We'll see what happens in the last box. But Melford Nicholas, so far leading. Let's see what happens. We're going to be taking a quick break. In fact, just before we take a quick break, we're going to be showing you so much happening now, and happening thick and fast. That normally happens as we get closer. I think Bertrand has a burning point to make before. Okay, all right. Actually, we're going to make another projection. Here goes. ABS is in a position to make this projection. ABS projects that Stedroy Cutie Benjamin will win and return to Parliament as the St. John's City South Member of Parliament elect. He defeats Franz de Freitas of the United Progressive Party and Roland Timothy of the Democratic National Alliance. Stedroy Cutie Benjamin, 785 over. As I said, he's a projected winner in St. John's City South. Another projection from this election, decision 2023. Any surprises?
No. That is.
No surprises. All right, the panel is absolutely fine with that one because they're saying that Stedroy Cutie Benjamin led from the start. He was perhaps in one box from the box differentials that we're looking at. There's one box there was a little close differential, but certainly in terms of his overall lead, that one never looked close. Perhaps this was a little bit of an outlier, perhaps a little bit of an aberration from what we've been seeing tonight. That's one of the ones that has never really been close tonight. You never got the impression that Franz de Freitas was in the contest at all. And so with one box to go, ABS in a position to project this one. All right, we will continue to monitor the numbers. As I said, we are close to making, if you notice, no projection yet, our stats department making no projection yet on St. John's City East. Very close, 26 margin, one box to go. Very, very close. We're going to be talking about some other numbers. St. Paul, 9 of, that's 18 boxes there. Sorry, St. Paul, we will look at that one full screen so that we can give you a better idea in terms of how that one is turning out. But certainly, EP Check Green seems to be extending that lead. It was a little closer earlier, but so far, with 3 of 11 boxes, EP Check Green, 415, 60% of the vote. Cleon Attil, 270 on the UPP. Gamil Joyce, just 3 votes for the Democratic National Alliance. So there we are. So a look there at St. Paul, EP Check Green doing extraordinarily. I think you were saying, Bertrand, you could call that?
Yeah, I call that.
You're calling this one?
Yeah.
All right. Our stats department not yet in a position, not yet comfortable to project on this one. But so far, a very comfortable lead for EP Check Green. All right. We're going to be going over. We're going to be interspersing with the graphics and the information. We're monitoring very closely all the constituencies with 4 candidates, especially St. Peter, very close. Asset Michael with a strong lead in that one so far. Darren Matthew, we're going to put that one full screen. Darren Matthew, also St. John's Rural East as well, showing some more numbers on this. 8 of 15, so we are over the halfway point in St. John's Rural East. Maria Brown, 51.3% of the vote, extending her lead a little bit on this one. Maria Brown, 934, Sean Bird, 862, Trevor Young, 26. He's gotten a few ones. He's inched up a little bit, 8 of 15 votes. But this one, much closer than it has been certainly in the last election as well. So Maria Brown continuing to lead, but Sean Bird not far behind at all. We're going to be giving you another one. Let's look at more numbers as they come in. Standing in the wing is Darren Matthew Ward. He has his panel as well. Darren will be able to get some perspectives and analysis. Tell me again, please. Okay, or stats department was in a position to say something else. So halfway point in this race. In All Saints East and St. Luke, Jamal Pringle, 839, extending his advantage. 54.9, 55% of the vote over Colin James, 663. Avoy Knight, 27. 7 of 14 boxes counted. Ladies and gentlemen, Bertrand?
That is over.
You're saying it's over?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's called into it.
Okay, all right. So our panel agrees that one, our stats department not yet projecting, but our panel is unofficially projecting that Jamal Pringle returns to Parliament as Member of Parliament elect for All Saints East and St. Luke.
But
All Saints West.
While this is almost immaterial, DNA did pretty well in All Saints East and St. Luke, considering that the young man, it's his first time around, because if you notice, he's
the youngest candidate in this election.
And he has done even better than Stuart, who is a veteran.
Absolutely.
And even better than his leader.
Absolutely.
So I think that that young man maybe has some potential politically.
Absolutely, you're right. He's the youngest candidate in this election. He's about 23, 24.
Yes.
So I think he's the youngest candidate.
So I want to congratulate him on what he's doing there so far.
Okay, all right.
It might be little, but it's something. It's not zero.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's go over now. As I said, so much happening at the same time. Darren Matthew Ward standing in the wings now with his panel. Darren, I know that your panel is chomping at the bits. They're eager to comment on some of the results that we've seen so far. Over to you, Darren.
Thank you very much, Garfield. Yeah, they're wondering when they're going to have another bite of the cherry. Anyway, Mr. Don Anderson, regional poster. Anderson Liebert, Andy Liebert, journalist, and we have Caleb Gardner and Jonathan Wenner joining us via the Skype platform. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for rejoining the discussion. Decision 2023. My name is Darren Matthew Ward, by the way, for those of you who may not know. And I must go first to Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, I'm sure you're paying attention to all of this. Very riveting results, very close. Does this appear to be consistent with your poll findings, the closeness of it all? Mr. Anderson, are you hearing me? I think Mr. Anderson is having some trouble hearing me. All right, perhaps I'll go to Andy. Andy?
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Andy.
Well,
yeah, your take on all that's happening. I mean, by now, City East would normally have been called, huh? City East is usually, as Garfield said, the
sorry about it, Darren. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I indicated, as a matter of fact, when I was earlier pontificating and speaking to some of my friends via Twitter, that City East would have been usually traditionally the first constituency to show their results, and it would have produced a very strong indicator as to how the general elections would go. And by that, I think in terms of the terminology, that is what the terminology of bellwether arises from. And even though it is not yet in a position to be called, it still provides an indicator as to how the general elections are going in general. But in that very same sense, though, and I think I'd want to probably step ahead even a little bit further to share probably what would be the prospects, because we have two candidates here. And I'm going a little bit deeper in my analysis in terms of the two political leaders, the two main political leaders of political parties here in Antigua and Barbuda. And I refer, of course, to Prime Minister Gaston Brown and the aspirant political leader of the United Progressive Party, Harold Lovell, that are showing contrasting fortunes in terms of the general elections. And based on bigger picture issues, this was an election, or this is an election for the UPP to win. Why I say that? It is, and Donna was spot on. You had the onset of a pandemic, and arising out of that were several issues. You had the vaccine mandate. You had significant job loss, extreme scrutiny placed on your health sector in terms of how they handled a mass situation in terms of health, in terms of patients, in terms of people pouring into your main institution, having to build out more satellite institutions now to accommodate all of that. Can't forget about the police tear gassing situation. And so what you had here was pretty much the formation of a perfect storm in which the United Progressive Party has or had the election right in its hands. And here it is now that you have the political leader, as was quite rightly pointed out by the panel, pretty much underperforming. And if he loses, if things hold strain in that constituency, the United Progressive Party, first of all, and him, the political leader, Harold Lovell, will probably have some strong introspection to do in terms of the direction of the party, because pretty much things were moving in its favor in terms of those issues that it can galvanize around and latch on to, that would encourage and mobilize and motivate persons now to to vote for them. I just wanted to share that analysis, especially from the perspective of the two political leaders in terms of their presence, their influence on the electorate in Antigua and Barbuda in terms of this general election.
Right. Completely understood. I want to come back to Mr. Don Anderson. Can you hear me now, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. What I wanted to
great.
is, I'm not sure if you heard my question, but I'll repeat it for the benefit of our discussion here. The closeness of this election that you're observing tonight, is it consistent with what you found in your polling exercises?
It is actually precisely consistent with what I found in the polling. As I indicated earlier, we would have completed close to 4,000 interviews over a period of about 2.5 months leading up to the election, including polling which was completed round about the first week in January. So the information we have is very current. And I want to make some pretty general comments here. One is that based on what we found in those polls, and we did every constituency. The only one we didn't do was in Bermdua, over 2 sets of polls. We came to the conclusion that this was going to be a very close election. And whether or not it pans out in terms of number of seats, which I don't think it will, when you look at the vote count, it is a close election. And it is clear that the opposition is doing a lot better than they did in 2018. But I don't think they're doing as well as the polls indicate they could have done. All right? But when you look at all the numbers, and we can just take 2 for starters. When we look at the Prime Minister's constituency, which he won by some 892 votes in 2018, the majority tonight looks like about 620. That's substantially down. And when you look at St. Philip North, which was won by 529 votes last time, was won only by 84 votes this time. And in every single one of the constituencies, you find that the opposition has gained significantly. So there has been a shift towards the opposition, but I believe that they've been starting too far behind, and this shift may not be enough to take them over the hump. I'm making a projection, all right? And despite the fact that we still have a lot of votes to come in from a number of constituencies, but I believe they will do much better than they did in 2018. It's far-fetched to think that they will get enough votes to take them into the majority. And I think perhaps where they fell down is in terms of their campaigning, because we believe on the polls that we did from November through to now, the stage was set. And the point was made just now, the stage was set for them to actually do very well and to win this election. But again, as Donna is saying, and I believe 1 or 2 of the other panelists have made the point, in the Caribbean, we tend to be not issues focused enough, and therefore there was not enough emphasis, I believe, and perhaps not enough thought being put into what is the marketing, what is the message that could be used to convey to the people in Antigua and Barbuda that there needs to be a change. And therefore, what we're seeing now is that there's been a lot of focus on voting for the individual and the party rather than issues. Because clearly, if issues was the focus of the campaign, I believe that might have made a difference in terms of the UPP's chances of winning the election. But they're very much party focused and candidate focused to a certain extent, but more party focused than issues. And I believe this is what is impacting the situation right now. But in conclusion, the UPP is doing a lot better in this 2023 election than they did in 2018. And it is clear in every single one of the constituencies. But they've started from far back, too far back. And it might be challenging for them to really get over the hump to get 8 or 9 seats. But it's still votes to come in, and the situation could change. But I see, based on the trend, and to answer your question, finally, the data that I'm seeing here is very, very consistent with what we found in the polls, very consistent. But again, elections are won on election day.
Mr. Caleb Gardner, Senator Caleb Gardner, are you nervous?
I'm wondering if Caleb is here, Darren.
Oh, Caleb is not there? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's go to the chairperson for the youth arm of the United Progressive Party, Mr. Jonathan Wenner. Jonathan, just give us a sense of where your head is right now. Looking at the results, looking at the closeness, the tightness of this, the results as they come in. What are you thinking right now in terms of your party's performance?
Well, it's a big improvement from the last election, Darren, I must say that. And there's still a long way to go. Still a lot of votes to be counted. I'm not just ready yet to make a projection just yet. There still might be some surprises, just like there was with how close Alex Brown gave Mr. Yearwood a good run for his money. And we're seeing how Mr. Sean Bird is giving Maria Brown a good run for her money as well, too. I do believe that there's still some surprise that could be in the wings. There's still a long way to go. The night is still young, and a lot of things can happen. The party is doing very well so far, and I look forward to the momentum keeping up. All right. Also, I must say, I don't fully agree with the assessment Mr. Anderson made in terms of the party not focusing much on the issues. I must say this, in Antigua and Barbuda, the United Progressive Party has put a lot of programs and policies on the table. Too numerous to mention in such a short setting, in the short space of time. It was so extensive to the fact that one of the main campaign strategies of the Labour Party was to say, how is the UPP going to find funding to do all of the things that they're saying they're going to do? There were so many talking points, so many programs, policies for the development of the people that the party had put forward on the table that the Labour Party even came out and said they can't find the money to do those kind of things, just pie in the sky promises. But I mean, come on. So it can't be right. There was no focus on the issue in terms of on the part of the United Progressive Party. That was a main part of their campaign, the issues.
Bear with us, Jonathan, just bear with us. 1 second.
All right.
I need to throw to Garfield because he has some numbers that he would like to share with, well, the viewing and listening public.
Darren, thank you so much. And I was pulling away a little bit from your panel to give you not only a projection, but a confirmation. St. John's City East, seen as a bellwether, a weather vane. Take a look at this. We are projecting, ABS projects, that Melford Nicholas wins in St. John's City East. A bellwether, a weather vane constituency. Harold Lovell not successful in his bid. Doing better this time, but Melford Nicholas holds on to win in St. John's City East. Melford Nicholas, the Member of Parliament-elect, and will return to Parliament to represent the people of St. John's City East. A bellwether, a significant development, a significant hold for the ABLP, a significant blow for the UPP and its chances, not only in terms of the numbers and not only in terms of the seat allocations, but also because of the fact that it's their leader who has failed to make a successful challenge in St. John's City East. So St. John's City East, a bellwether, a weather vane, held by the party in office as we speak. ABLP holds, and this is a celebration, scenes of jubilation as the ABLP retains. This is at the Princess Margaret School. ABLP supporters jubilant. They are beside themselves, congratulating each other as Melford Nicholas holds off a strong, stern challenge from the leader of the United Progressive Party, Harold Lovell. Lovell loses for a third straight time in St. John's City East. I want to hear your panel on this one. Darren, back over to you, and then we'll have our panel discuss it.
Thank you very much, Garfield. I'm going to come back to young Jonathan Wenner. The leader of your party, the political leader of your party, has lost this seat, according to this projection by this newsroom. Do you think that means this is the end for Mr. Lovell, politically? Mr. Wenner, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I will not come out here to say when Mr. Lovell will end his political career. That is up for him to decide. That is his personal choice, and it's up for him to decide that, all right? It's very unfortunate that he wasn't able, based upon your projection, to win the seat, but definitely I would hope that Mr. Lovell asks for a recount of the vote, if that is possible, because of the tight nature of it, just to make sure everything was done, counted correctly. But if that's the case, well, that's very unfortunate. But it is up to Mr. Lovell for him, fully up to him to decide when he is step aside.
All right, fair enough. As a young member of the United Progressive Party, is there someone that you look up to as a potential leader for the party?
The leaders we have in place at the United Progressive Party, in my time working with them, they have been very people-centered. They have been very progressive. They have been very integrational in terms of integrating the opinions of the young and the older members of the party. So I have nothing but the best to say about the older leadership within the party. They have been very good mentors. They have been very good helpers to young people within the party and in this nation, from what I have seen. So that's what I can say about that.
All right, I want to come back to Mr. Anderson. Your reaction to this projection that Mr. Lovell has apparently lost his bid to win the seat of City East.
This is but is not consistent with the data that we have.
Say that this is not consistent with the data you have?
It is not consistent with the data we have.
In other words,
right?
you projected that Mr. Lovell would have won?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, based on the data that was just projected, it looks as if he would have been a few, maybe a single digit short of what he needed. So again, it's an extremely good showing because he lost by 153 votes last time. So if he's within 10 votes of winning, I think that would have been I wouldn't say a minor success because it's not a success, but he would have done very well to have gotten as close as he did. But it's not consistent with what I thought. This is certainly one of them that is not. All right. So I'm sure he's pretty disappointed because he did do a pretty good job in terms of coming as close as he did. But based on the data we have, this was one that perhaps he should have won.
Right. Now, when you look at the performance of Mr. Lovell versus the performance of Mr. Brown in his constituency, are there any particular takeaways that you would have looking at, the performance and comparing the performance of Mr. Lovell with folks or candidates within his own party?
I think that obviously he would do some serious introspection for sure, because if you're leading a party, you're expected to win if your party is doing fairly well. And the UPP has done very well in this election, so it must be doubly disappointing to him that he didn't win his seat. I can't say what would have led to that, what were the drivers of this kind of performance. I mean, he may want to take comfort in the fact that he almost won, but there's no comfort in that. So I believe that Harold, who I know very well, would probably sit back and do some serious introspection. This is the second campaign he has lost. He's done much better than he did last time, but I would believe that he would gauge his own performance against the performance of the other candidates within his party, who quite a few of them are doing very well. And it may therefore force him to look back at what he has done, what he has been able to achieve in this election. But I like what Jonathan said. It appears that the leadership is in good hands, but they have to do some serious introspection in terms of how do we get over the line in terms of an election. But again, just my last point on the whole question of issues. If I did convey the point clearly, the point I wanted to make, Jonathan, is that the people voting were not as focused on issues, even if you communicated that to them. The message really wasn't received. That the fact that the issues were such that there should have been a lot more dissatisfaction being communicated by the UPP in their messaging it appears that if this was not conveyed efficiently enough, and therefore the voting public didn't buy into that kind of situation. Because again, we can see a lot of the votes are being counted on the basis of the party loyalty. And there is a serious shift away from Labour, but certainly not enough, it would appear to me, to be able to carry the UPP into a majority. So again, you could take heart from some of the performances tonight, but based on the data I have, I believe there are one or two other seats that should have done better than they have done so far.
All right, very well. I believe Garfield has some more numbers for us, or wants to get some reflection from the other panel.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you so much to Don. Don, good to see you. Don and I go way back. Don called successfully the 2007 general election in Jamaica and the 2011 general election as well. In fact, in 2011, he was an outlier. He was the only one who was projecting the way it turned out. Most of the pollsters were saying otherwise. So Don, good to see you. And Andy, good to see you as well.
Come here.
Absolutely, fantastic. Good to see both of you. Caleb will be joining us in a short while, Darren.
Okay.
Yes, you'll be joining us on your next on the next round of your discussion. So we look forward to that. A very insightful discussion there, Darren, with in terms of the issues on that. So Harold Lovell projected to lose for a third straight time and more overall, but for a third straight time, losing in 2014, 2018, and now. Bertrand Joseph, what does this mean for Harold Lovell in terms of his position as leader?
I think that is something he would have to consider seriously, because there are a number of his colleagues who are going to be going to Parliament. And well, there's only Pringle, and there's some new candidates who are going to be going there. And we know, for example, that Richard Lewis was one who was going to be challenging him for the leadership. I think there will be some contest for leadership within the party, because Lovell has been around for a long time. I've known him quite a long time. I've known him since '78 when we sat on the Antigua and Bermdua Geographical Society. And I was there within the teacher struggle between 1978, 1979, when he was a dominant figure. He's quite a political figure. And I believe ultimately he'll make the decision to step aside.
Just to be clear, 6 votes separated them. 6 votes.
And yes. that is a formidable performance, even though he has lost. Mm-hmm. Because you must consider he's the leader of the party, and in our Westminster system, the leader becomes the target in terms of not just the political rhetoric, but also the political resources that go in to fight against the leader. And so in that context, he has done fairly well.
Okay, Donna?
Well, first again, let me congratulate Mr. Manford Nicholas on your victory again. I want to refer to a comment that Don Anderson made about the messaging not maybe resounding. However, the message cannot refute evidence. Again, evidence is provided that Melford did his work in that constituency. As a matter of fact, I thought that the win would have been bigger. Again, I'm saying that constituency is kind of landlocked and limited in how much you can develop it. Mm-hmm. But as somebody, I think he said to that this was his second loss, and you corrected that. This is his third straight loss, right. And overall perhaps about his 8th or 9th general loss. His 7th? Yeah. Well, we'll probably have to go back and tick off the cycles, right? I think that Mr. Lovell, this time around, we would have seen him at his weakest. We would have seen the seesaw kind of policies and programs. They were not sound. They did not sound like, they were not attractive. They didn't capture the imagination of the voters. And I did not hear from either the leader of the UPP or his candidates sufficient. I am actually surprised by you know, the way the results are trending. I beg to differ with Don Anderson. I was looking for a wider margin on almost all of them that we're seeing, but this is what it is. This is what it comes down to. I think that to again disagree with Jonathan Wenner, I think that it's time that the party be reorganized, restructured, you know,
rebranded.
Maybe rebranded also, and they need to, somebody might have said it, but they need a good retreat. They need to exercise some due diligence in the candidates that they choose to present to the public, and to really sit and do some introspection in terms of, should they at any time take the governance of this country? What type of leadership can we look forward to? I would just like to say congratulations again to you, Melford. I think you have done the work. Yeah. One of the things that I think candidates, incumbents suffer from, as a minister of government, and particularly in this period where COVID would have, you know, caused isolation and lack of one-on-one communication, I think that would have hurt both candidates. However, the incumbent is the one who is going to be hurt most by that, because your constituents want to be able to contact you if they have issues, if they have problems, and not being able to do that. I think that could result in some fallout with, you know, some of your candidates feeling, your constituents feeling a bit neglected. But overall, I think that the people of City East, they have spoken, they have made their choice, and that's the final full stop at the end of the sentence.
And just to confirm, in addition to again projecting Stedor Cutie Benjamin stays as Member of Parliament elect in St. John's City South, that projection, of course, having been made earlier, so Stedor Cutie Benjamin remains as Member of Parliament elect in St. John's City South. Pretty much a facile victory in the end. 7 of 8 boxes now, 785 to 392. We'll be going through some of the boxes shortly for several seats, including St. Mary's South and North. And I just got another drop from our stats department as well. And there you go. St. John's City South incumbent being essentially a concession there from France de Freitas. And it is a jubilant Stedor Cutie Benjamin being flocked by his supporters, who are essentially celebrating, saluting another victory for Stedor Cutie Benjamin in St. John's City South. So there you go. So jubilant scenes, pretty much mirroring what happened in St. John's City East. But to be clear, in relation to St. John's City East, a narrow victory for Melford Nicholas incumbent. He has asked for, Harold Lovell has asked for a recount in St. John's City East. So that information coming to us. As we look at the pictures, they are live pictures from St. John's City South. The counting there completed, well, pretty much completed. Even before it was completed, we were projecting it that Stedor Cutie Benjamin easily winning. A facile victory again for the veteran Stedor Cutie Benjamin there. But not so much of a wide margin in St. John's City East, a 6-vote margin. And of course, it is Melford Nicholas holding on, significantly closer than what it was over the last 2 elections. 112 2014, 153 2018, but now 6 in 2023. All right, Peter, just a quick comment in relation to St. John's City East.
Yeah, no, I mean the City East, congratulations to Melford Nicholas. I had a lot to say on City East. It was interesting listening to Don Anderson's point on the campaign and so on. I think that what the campaign was lacking was leadership, quite frankly. And I mean, I've been saying this for a while, that a big part of the UPP's problem is Lovell. As much as you may like Harold Lovell, clearly he's not resonating with the Antiguan population. And the UPP will probably not go anywhere until they move him and they put another leader that is somebody that can appeal to the population a whole lot more. So the campaign was not a bad campaign. We were having conversations last week about the fact that the campaign, in a sense, it jumped the ALP because of the extent to which people were coming to meetings and galvanizing, and it appeared as though the UPP was speaking a language that people understood. So I don't know that it was a bad campaign. I think that they tried to deal with issues as best as possible. You know, they were flogging the issue of water, which was important, the cost of living. The issue really was that ultimately you need someone that can carry this message, and clearly Harold Lovell was not that person. We polled the constituency in November, and we put Melford at 51%. That was our projection, which is marginal. So to some extent, both pollsters were saying the same thing.
Peter, could I ask you to, I think your mic is giving a little challenge, Peter. Just as we sort out Peter's microphone, so apologies if you're just having some challenges hearing Peter. Let me just, we'll come back to Peter to wrap up that point. Let me go over now to Ursula Chance Jr., who has some more information for us in terms of numbers, and then right after Ursula finishes, we'll have Peter wrap up his point as we look at the projections there. So let me see, 5 seats already projected, Bermdua for the BPM, and 4 seats for the, so far for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. And these are 4 holds for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Back over to Ursula.
All right, thanks so much, Garfield. All right, continuing our coverage here. This is Decision 2023. Let's take a look at some of the new results that we have coming in. All right, we're now at St. John's Rural North with incumbent Charles Fernandez. Has extended his lead. He, of course, is ahead, 7 of 12 boxes counted so far. Charles Fernandez with 894 votes so far. The UPP's Pearl Quinn Williams at 797. So she is a mere 97 votes behind the incumbent there. Lou Rivera with 25 votes, or 1.5% of the vote. So that's St. John's Rural North with incumbent Charles Max Fernandez out front. In All Saints West, the UPP's Anthony Smith, 6 of 15 boxes. He extends his lead. He's now at 817 votes. All Saints West, ABLP's Michael Brown in All Saints West at 550. And Anthony Stewart of the DNA at 16 votes, or 1.2% of the votes. We are looking at 267 vote lead for Anthony Smith there in All Saints West. More results coming your way now in St. John's Rural West. A 4-candidate race. Richard Lewis of the UPP has won every of the boxes that we've seen so far, every one of the boxes. 6 of 17 completed so far. He's on 578 votes. The ABLP's Gail Christian is at 449. Stephen Richardson of the DNA, 10 votes. And Anderson Carty, the independent candidate there, with 8. So Richard Lewis of the UPP leading by a sizable margin. That looks like 129 votes, yes? A 129 vote lead there for Richard Lewis in St. John's Rural West. We're now back to St. George, the constituency with the largest number of electors. 6 of 17 boxes counted, 1 rejected ballot. Algernon Serpent Watts of the UPP continues to lead, 832 votes in St. George. The Antigua Barbuda Labour Party's Dean Jonas is on 607, and Benjamin Quinlan of the DNA is on 19. That's in the constituency of St. George. Now to St. Peter, we've continued to see the lead increase for the independent candidate Asot Michael, 587 votes. Of course, we're still at 3 of 11 boxes. The Rod and Turn of the ABLP, 247. Trevon Harriet of the UPP, 152. And Chanel Imhoff of the DNA has amassed 4 votes so far. Let's look at some other results now that we have coming in. Of course, we would have called this the winner of St. John City South, Stelroy Olivero Benjamin, for his 7th term in office consecutively. 785 votes for Stelroy Benjamin, 392 Francis Freitas, Roland Timothy 10. All right, we would have brought you that a little earlier as well. So that's it in terms of our update. Garfield, St. John City Rural East, Maria Brown, 1,033 votes. She leads Sean Bird. He's on 946. So that's still pretty close. That's 54 and 33. You're looking 87. At 87. 87?
87.
That's correct. Trevor Young has amassed 27 votes. 9 spoiled ballots in Rural East. Not sure what we were thinking there. 9 of 15 boxes counted so far. Right, any more results coming through, gentlemen? All right, we have also... All Saints Eastern St. Luke coming, I'm hearing. All right. 9 of 14 boxes counted. 7 spot ballots. 1,090 for the incumbent Jamal Pringle of the United Progressive Party. The ABLP's Colin James, 794. Avoy Knight, 40 for the DNA. No more said on that. 40 votes for Avoy Knight. Garfield?
I'm pretty sure that our stats department is very, very close to calling that one All Saints Eastern St. Luke. So we await the confirmation from our stats department calling that one. But certainly, All Saints Eastern St. Luke, Jamal Pringle has led since the start of the night and has not looked back. In fact, he is actually extending his advantage in that one. Darryl Matthew is now 730. 5 of 11 boxes, 730 for Darren Matthew, just pretty much 60% of the vote, 485 for Gladys Potter of the UPP, and DNA's Tekla Thomas, 6 votes, 0 so far for Gail Perra-Weston, not a single vote for her in that constituency so far yet. So 60% of the vote, Darren Matthew seems well on course. He has been having a comfortable lead from the start, isn't looking back at all. So we'll see how that one continues to pan out. Of course, our stats department, not yet in a position to declare this one just yet. So no projection on St. John's Rural South just yet. So that just giving you a little bit more context. Before I get my panelists to come back in, let's go through very quickly some of the boxes. So our panelists had asked specifically for the 2 St. Mary's seats. As we look at some of you can keep looking at the numbers at the bottom of the screen, giving you some indication there. And let's look at St. Philip's South now. 4 or 5 boxes, 443. Gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, are you calling this one? Donna?
Reluctantly, yeah.
And Peter?
I'm still agnostic.
Sorry, you're?
Yeah, I'm still agnostic.
Yeah, but look at the lead and 1 more box to go.
One more box to go.
1 more box to go, and he has a 61%. He has twice the amount of. There's
Point
no way
taken.
Lennox can catch up to Sheffield.
No, I was looking. I didn't realize it was only 12. It was only 1,250 something.
And I say reluctantly, and I say regrettably, because given the history of, notwithstanding he was a former MP, given the history, I think, and the obligation we have towards our youth, towards the reputation of the country, towards leadership, and the things that we hold dear. And so I say regrettably, unabashedly, that it's unfortunate that we're seeing this trend in this particular situation here. I mean, I would go as far as to say, out of the 3 people that I see there, the one with the least votes, Joan Messiah is perhaps the better leader out of the 3 candidates. And again, regrettably, we vote party and not leadership, and not, to me, who would be the better candidate? And this is a perfect example of that. But if you'd allow me there, Garfield.
Just need to check very quickly, Donna, and before I get you to continue your point and to get Bertrand and Peter to come in, we're understanding that there is a development in relation to St. Philip's South. We're getting some information that there is the particular box there, the entire box. There seems to have been a problem with the entire box because of a sealing issue. So it's a technicality. We're checking on this one. That's the information that we're getting from our representative on the ground, or producer on the ground, that there seems to have been a challenge in relation to the box itself. We're still gathering more details on that. We're going to be keeping you across that one. But a technicality, it seems to have been an issue of the sealing of the box. Of course, everything has to go through a particular process in terms of one that is acceptable to all sides. Seems to have been something amiss in relation to the box there. We'll keep you updated on that one. Donna, back to you.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of the leadership of the UPP, if we're now going to see a vie for that leadership between Pringle, who would be senior to Richard, having won his seat before, and the way it's trending now, he'll probably win his seat again. And it looks like Richard might take Royal West. So it will be interesting for us to see if the party decides to, have Lovell resign, or if, as Jonathan Werner says, it's a decision for him to make. But these 2 candidates in particular might emerge, although we know that there is a juggernaut in the mix. these two people might find themselves in a contest for the leadership of the United Progressive Party, but we'll watch and see how that unfolds.
Very, very interesting indeed. So as I said, we're going to be updating you. There is also, we're getting some information as well. There's a recounting of a box in rural South. We're counting a box in rural South.
So that's Daryl?
That's the rural South with Daryl Matthews. So we're getting some information on that one as well. Ursula will get more information for us there. But the recounting happening with a box in rural South. As you look at St. John's Rural West, continuing there, one of the seats with 4 candidates in that one. Sorry, you, tell us, our stats department is saying Rural West is, yes, Rural West is one of the seats with 4 candidates. There's Rural West, there's St. Peter, and there is, of course, Rural South. Those 3 constituencies have 4 candidates. All right, here's an update now. This is, if we could put that up, that graphic, which talks about St. John's Rural West. Well, actually, we missed that one. We're going to come back to St. John's Rural West, but let's go to the update from St. George. 7 of 17 now counted. Still in the lead, Algernon Serpent Watts, 57% of the vote. Dean Jonas, 42% of the vote. 954 to 711. DNA's Benjamin Quinlan, 21. 7 of 17, 10 boxes to go, but a significant lead for Algernon Serpent Watts in St. George. We're going to keep you across that one. We're going to tell you more about the situation, and our stats department is also going to tell us whether or not the issue with the box was in St. Philip South, correct?
Yes.
St. Philip South, correct, our stats department? Excellent. All right. So that's the situation there in relation to St. Philip South. We're going to be telling you more about that as it unfolds. All right. Let me just go through quickly in terms of some of the information on the boxes. Okay. St. Mary's South. Ready, ladies and gentlemen? Because you're crunching the numbers. You're crunching the numbers in terms of how this stacks up with what we know already. St. Mary's South, Box 1. We're talking about polling district A to C, Boland's Primary School. Samantha Marshall, 124. Andrew Antonio of the DNA, 4. Kelvin Simon, UPP, 103. That's box A to C at Boland's Primary School, polling district A. Polling district A still, Boland's Primary School. Samantha Marshall, 136. Andrew Antonio, 2 of the DNA. 156 for Kelvin Simon. That's D to H at Boland's Primary School. Still in polling district A. This one now is I to L. Boland's Primary School again. Samantha Marshall, 84 of the ABLP incumbent. Andrew Antonio, 108 for Kelvin Simon. 108 for Kelvin Simon. M to R. This is in polling district A. M to R. Boland's Primary School, 97 for the incumbent Samantha Marshall, 1 for Andrew Antonio, 111 for Kelvin Simon, 111. So Kelvin Simon has won 3 of the 4 boxes that we're checking, 3 of the 4. Samantha Marshall has won 1. She's won the box A to C at Boland's Primary School. We're going to get our analysts to talk about those shortly. Let me just run through St. Mary's North. This is St. Mary's North, and this is polling district C. Polling district C. This is the Wesleyan Holiness Church in All Saints Road. Joseph, that's Malwin. There are 3 Josephs on this ballot. 3 Josephs. Sir Malwin, the incumbent, ABLP 113. DNA's Kishon 2. The UPP's Jonathan 91. This is, that's A to G. A to G at Wesleyan Holiness Church in polling district C. Polling district C, H to O. H to O, Wesleyan Holiness Church. Malwin Joseph, Sir Malwin Joseph, 113. Kishon Joseph, 2.
Okay, was that already?
No, it's still 113. So he has 2 113s. This is H to O now, 113 as well. 2 for Kishon Joseph and 68 for Jonathan Joseph. Polling district C again. P to Z. P to Z, Wesleyan Holiness Church. 104 for Sir Malwin. 104 for Sir Malwin. 6 for Kishon. 77 for Jonathan. This is polling district D. D, A to C at the Moravian Conference Center. Moravian Conference Center. 104 for Sir Malwin. 4 for Kishon Joseph, and 90 for Jonathan Joseph. D to G at the Moravian Conference Center, 59 for Sir Malwin, 3 for Kishon, 71 for Jonathan. H to L, Moravian Conference Center, 106 for Sir Malwin, 5 for Kishon, 92 for Jonathan. Moravian Conference Center, M to R in polling district D, Moravian Conference Center, 100 for Sir Malwin, 1 for Kishon, 98 for Jonathan. And finally, in this drop that we have, S to Z, Moravian Conference Center in Castro Hill, 86 for Sir Malwin, 2 for Kishon, 92 for Jonathan. So of those, 2, 4, 6, 8 of those 8 boxes between polling districts C and D, Sir Malwin has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 of the 8, the other 2 going to Jonathan Joseph. Let me go now quickly to another one here. This is All Saints East and St. Luke. All Saints East and St. Luke. This is counting center. We'd given you some before, so I'm just going to give you the latest ones, right? So this is Irene B. Williams Secondary School, Sweets Village. Sweets Village. This is polling district B, A to E, 75 for Colin James of the ABLP, 7 for Avoy Knight of the DNA, 112 for Jamal Pringle of the UPP. This is F to I, this is a pair. This is Irene B. Williams School, polling district B, F to I, 65 for Colin James, Avoy Knight 6, 104 for Jamal Pringle. S to Z. Did I go here on this one? My bad. K to R first. K to R. 66 for Colin James, 6 for Avoy Knight, 121 for Jamal Pringle. All right, we're going to get some analysis on this one, all right? Let me go down to St. John's Rural North. St. John's Rural North, some numbers on the boxes there. And this is polling district A to B, York's Community Center, 185 for Charles Fernandez, 3 for Louis Rivera, 107 for Pearl Quinn. C to E, polling district A, C to E, York's Community Center, 99 Charles Fernandez, 4 Louis Rivera, 111 Pearl Quinn. F to I, Wesleyan Junior Academy, 143 for Charles Fernandez, 3 for Louis Rivera, 124 for Pearl Quinn Williams. I to L, Wesleyan Junior Academy, this is polling district A still, 117 for Charles Fernandez, 5 for Louis Rivera, 138 for Pearl Quinn Williams. M to Q, Wesleyan Junior Academy, 148 for Charles Max Fernandez, 6 for Louis Rivera, 130 for Pearl Quinn Williams. R to S, Wesleyan Junior Academy, 112 for Charles Fernandez, 2 for Louis Rivera, 104 for Pearl Quinn Williams. Wesleyan Junior Academy, T to Z, 90 for Charles Fernandez, 2 for Louis Rivera, 88 for Pearl Quinn Williams. And therefore, so far, of those 2, 4, 6, 7 of those boxes counted, as you see there. So that's an updated graphic. So far, Charles Max Fernandez, 894, 797 for Pearl Quinn Williams. So that's how that one is shaping up. So a lead for Charles Fernandez. In fact, he's led for pretty much the entire night so far. Let's see how that one continues. St. George, this is a seat that you want to see the boxes panel, and they will comment shortly. We've given you some before. Let me just run back through them. New Winthrops, A to D, 95 Dean Jonas, 3 Benjamin Quinlan, 163 Algernon Serpent Watts. E to H, New Winthrops, 104 Dean Jonas, 2 Quinlan, 158 Watts. I to L, New Winthrops, 86 Jonas, 3 Benjamin Quinlan, 139 Watts. M to R, 95 Dean Jonas, 3 Benjamin Quinlan, 166 Watts. And S to Z, New Winthrops, 132 Dean Jonas, 3 Quinlan, 89 to Watts. So far, 1 box has been won by Jonas, the other 3 by Watts. And the one that was won by Jonas was S to Z at New Winthrop's Primary School. Let's look at finally All Saints West. This is a seat where the incumbent is Dr. Michael Brown. He's trailing significantly to Anthony Smith of the UPP. Let's put that up. Anthony Smith, and this is now 8 of 15 boxes. Anthony Smith with 58% of the vote, 1125 to Michael Brown's 806. Anthony Stewart 20 now. Anthony Smith 20. We are just over the halfway point on this one, and I think that so far
Yes.
Bertrand Joseph has already seen a clear trend here. Let me look at the boxes. In terms of the boxes, A to D, polling division A, 114 for Brown, Stewart 1, Smith 104. So Michael Brown won that one, A to D, at JT Ambrose. JT Ambrose, E to J, 98 for Brown, 0 for Stewart, 142 for Smith. K to Q, JT Ambrose, this is polling division A, 75 Brown, 3 Stewart, 118 Smith. R to Z, JT Ambrose, 80 for Brown, 1 for Stewart, 128 for Smith. This is polling division B now, A to I, Buckley's Primary School. 88 for Brown, 3 for Stewart, 150 for Anthony Smith. J to Z, Buckley's Primary School, 95 for Brown, 8 for Stewart, and 175 for Anthony Smith. This is polling district C, A to I, Freeman's Village or Freemansville Primary, 122 for Brown, 2 for Stewart, 125 for Anthony Smith. So far, Brown of the 2, 4, 6, 7 boxes counted. So this graphic is a little further than where we are with the drop. Of these 7 boxes, Michael Brown has won just one of those 7 boxes. The other 6 won by Anthony Smith, and so his lead continues. Here we look at St. Paul. 5 of 11 boxes, 645 for EP Chet Green. He continues to lead comfortably over Cleon Attil, 439. Gamil Joyce with a mere 4 votes in St. Paul. As we're waiting another drop of boxes, but so far EP Chet Green has kept a very comfortable lead in St. Paul. 5 of 11 boxes, more to come. Our stats department not in a position to project anymore. We get the impression that they're very close to projecting in relation to All Saints East and St. Luke. But here's another one on St. Mary's South. 636 for Kelvin Simon. 636. 5 of 14 boxes. 5 of 14 boxes. 636 for Simon. 52.4% of the vote. Samantha Marshall, 566. And Andrew Antonio with 11 votes. So Kelvin Simon, after 5 of 14 boxes, not at the halfway point, he has 52.4% of the votes. Let's look at other figures coming in. We just looked at Anthony Smith in All Saints West as well, and he has a very, very comfortable lead over Dr. Michael Brown, the ADLP's incumbent, with 8 of 15. Let's go back now to Rural West, St. John's Rural West. Richard Lewis extending his lead. Gail Christian, 542. Lewis, 706. 56% of the vote for Richard Lewis. Gail Christian, 542. Stephen Richardson, 15. Anderson Carty with 9 so far. Anderson Carty is an independent candidate. Stephen Richardson is DNA. 7 of 17, so 10 boxes still to be counted in Rural West. We're going to tell you where those boxes are coming from so far and where the others are expected to come from. So we're looking forward to more of those boxes, more of the stats drops, we call them, so that we can get a look at the boxes and how they're looking. Our panel is almost hungrily, gathering the information and computing it with what they have so far. They are crunching the numbers. Let me start with Donna. What are we looking at?
In particular, which constituency?
Of the ones that we mentioned so far.
Let me start with Michael Brown.
Okay.
I think his legal challenges might have been a setback for him because we're aware of what he has gone through. And I think we're seeing that play out in the numbers. I'm not so sure. I don't know the young man, Anthony Smith. So I can't really say that it might be so much more that he would have impacted on the constituents. But obviously he must have done some work to have garnered the lead over an incumbent, right? But we still have quite a bit more to go, right? We're just about
just
halfway.
over the halfway point.
And I can't also say that I am very familiar with that constituency, but I think maybe Michael's, Dr. Brown's legal challenges again might have affected him there.
Okay, could I interject very quickly, Donna, in terms of where the other boxes are coming from? For looking at Freemansville, more from Freemansville Primary, and Seaview Farm Primary, quite a few boxes coming from Seaview Farm, well actually 3 boxes coming from Seaview Farm, Post-Millennial Academy in Law Pasture, and that also, so Seaview Farm Primary and Law Pasture, those are coming.
But what I hear coming out of that constituency a lot is complaints about the roads. And roads affect the way, just like water. Roads are something that people feel very strongly about. They have to get to and from work. When it rains, it's difficult. So I think both from delivery and also his personal challenges, we might be seeing a setback there. The one that is surprising to me, but I still think we're a little early, is the one for St. Mary's South, which is why we asked you for those numbers. I find it very surprising, especially that that candidate was a recently presented candidate, and that Ms. Marshall has done quite a bit of work in her constituency too. And also as a minister, I think that she would have delivered, particularly with the housing project in her area.
Could I interject very quickly? We're getting new numbers now, 10 or 15 boxes for St. John's Rural East. And Maria Brown has extended her lead a bit. She's actually now leading by just over 120 votes there in St. John's Rural East. 10 or 15 boxes, so we are at the 2/3 mark. Sean Bird, 1,007. Maria Brown, 1,133. Trevor Young of the DNA, 30. So Maria Brown just creating some daylight between herself and Sean Bird. She's had a bit of he was really nipping at her heels earlier. Now she's presenting some daylight in that seat, St. John's Rural East. 52% of the votes for Maria Brown, the incumbent ABLP candidate, looking of course for her second straight term, and Sean Bird, 1,007 in that one. Charles Max Fernandez, 1,034, 895 for Pearl Quinn Williams, 8 of 12 boxes. So we're at the 2/3 mark in this one. Louis Rivera, not doing badly at all by the standards so far of the DNA, 26 votes. We haven't seen a DNA candidate break the 30 vote threshold. There was one who went beyond 30. There was a 40. Okay. Okay, Avoy Knight did 40. That's in All Saints East and St. Luke. So he's done, actually, and he's the youngest candidate, Avoy Knight, for the DNA. In fact, across all the candidates who have been nominated in this one, he's the youngest of the candidates, Avoy Knight in All Saints East and St. Luke, doing the best in terms of numbers. Louis Rivera not doing badly either, 26 votes in St. John's Rural North. Again, when I said not doing badly, of course, relatively speaking, in terms of DNA's numbers, which have been pretty paltry in this one. So St. John's Rural North, 8 of 12, so we're at the 2/3 mark. And Charles Max Fernandez, 53% of the votes. He does appear to be on course to return there, but we're not making that projection just yet. 4 more boxes still to come, so we're going to be watching how things pan out. We're going to get, so those are the 2 numbers that we have. Bertrand. So sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
No. I remember that I interjected you to.
No, that's fine.
Right. That's fine.
Pretty much completed my thought.
There you go, Bertrand.
No, sure. Donna was talking about All Saints West. And historically, you look at All Saints West, and All Saints West was initially All Saints. And that went all the way down to Browns Avenue, which is part of Sir Alwyn's constituency. And he was dominant. What the Antigua Labour Party did in 1980 was basically to cut off Browns Avenue, which was a PLM stronghold, and to put Seaview Farm onto it, All Saints, which was where Humphreys was from. And he won it narrowly by less than 10 votes. But he entrenched himself in that constituency, and then there was some trouble with respect to the medical benefit, and he left. And then Chandler came and took that seat in a blow. Then we begin to see there was a lapse in terms of the support of the UPP. But traditionally, that is a UPP constituency.
The development the roads, just, you know.
And Michael was slipping last election as
He
well.
slipped.
Yes, he started to slip because Lamin came pretty close, gave him a good run.
And Lamin
No, actually, to be fair, he actually won by 11 more votes in 2018 than he did in 2014. 2014, he won by 335. 2018, he won by 346.
I'll have to go back and look at that statistics, but
Yeah,
I thought
that
Lamin did exceptionally well.
I think Lamin got about 1,600 and something votes.
But there's a 346 vote difference. So he beat. So Dr. Brown beat Chandler Codrington by 335 in 2014, and then Lamin Newton by 346 in 2018.
And so I am not surprised because you see, I started to see a particular trend in that constituency, and that was one of the constituency that I was questioning that the LP actually could have lost, and I think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
All right. Can I just quickly comment on North Saints West? So you wanted to go back to this?
Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. No, because I'm still holding out that it is possible that it could be a ALP victory in All Saints West. I think it is a large enough constituency. It's like about 5,000, and I think that we still need to wait a bit. Having said that, however, if it is lost, I am not necessarily in agreement that it will be lost because of Michael's legal challenges. I think that the issue really is infrastructure. And certainly in my polling, and we did poll that constituency, the main challenges that people had were in relation to infrastructural issues that they felt that government were not dealing with. As far as Michael Brown was concerned, general sense was that he was hard done, and he scored a moral victory in the courts, and to some extent he had been exonerated, and the feeling was that people wanted to rally behind him for that reason. So if anything, I think that the court challenge was probably a benefit to him more than anything else, and it was also a good excuse for him to be distracted for times that people weren't seeing him. The issue there is infrastructure, as I see it.
Yes,
so if he loses tonight, it's really an infrastructural challenge.
But that distraction, that disconnect because of the legal challenge, I agree with you with infrastructure. I spoke about the roads. But that tactile, I am your representative, that hiatus of about 2 years, added to that COVID break again, where you were completely dislocated from, you couldn't meet with them, you couldn't go to their funerals, you couldn't go to their weddings, you couldn't go to their parties. I think that helped to move him away from that base, rather than him being able to continue that rapport with his constituents. I think both factors played. I know for sure the roads and infrastructure. But if you are out of commission, how can you help to find jobs? How can you help to advise people, help them to get a piece of land, help them with whatever issues? Because you're basically non-functional for however long that court matter took. Yes, people would have been happy that he was exonerated. I'm sure his supporters would have been elated, but I still think it would have hurt him.
Okay, all right, there we go. We're going to show you the electoral map in a short while to show you where we are at this point in terms of the seats which have been projected, the seats which are in play, meaning the seats that are being led by the ABLP and those which are being led by the UPP. So far, the UPP leading in, as I said, All Saints West, a significant lead in All Saints West. They're also leading in St. George, significant lead there for Algon and Serpent Watts. They're leading now in St. Mary's South as well. The ABLP, in addition to the 4 seats already declared for the ABLP, they're leading in St. Paul, they're leading in St. John's Rural North and St. John's Rural East, as well as a slim lead in St. Mary's North as well. So far, that's where we are in terms of the electoral map. So Bermdua, the situation.
Actually, he gained 1,900 votes.
Tell me again.
He got 19, so he slipped in 2018.
So you're saying he slipped in 2000. So in 2014,
he got.
This is Michael. We're talking about Dr. Michael Brown.
Yeah, he got 1931.
1931.
Yes, and he slipped the last election.
No, he's asking you to speak up because, yes, you're showing me, but our audience wants to also hear you. Okay, all right. Yeah. We're going over the numbers from CaribbeanElections.com. We're going to get back to that as well. So far, this one, here's another update on All Saints East and St. Luke. 10 of 14 boxes, and Well, this looks like almost an unassailable lead now for Jamal Pringle. 59% of the votes so far held by Jamal Pringle. 1,284. Colin James, 864. 39% of the vote there. And there we go. Avoy Knight now 47. So he's outperforming all other all other DNA candidates, and he's the youngest of all the candidates who have been nominated in this election. 10 of 14 boxes counted Jamal Pringle with a very comfortable and I dare say unassailable lead at this point. Unless Colin James is able to pull really a bit of a rabbit out of a hat in relation to votes in the 4 other boxes, this seat pretty much remains in the UPP's column. All Saints East and St. Luke have very, very comfortable lead for Jamal Pringle. So an update there for All Saints East and St. Luke. In a short while, we'll also show you some images from the party headquarters, the 2 party headquarters as well. We want to give you a sense of how that one is panning out. We have reporters fanned out at those as well, in addition to reporters and producers at all the counting centers. So when we indicate something to you, we're picking that up on the ground. We've confirmed it, we've checked it, we've double checked it, and we're still waiting to hear more about the recount. The challenge of a box. As I said, there's some developments. A recount requested by Harold Lovell in St. John's City East. He lost by 6 votes so far based on the 8 boxes having been counted there. 6 votes separating Harold Lovell and the winning incumbent, that's Melford Nicholas. Melford Nicholas at this point remains member of Parliament-elect for a 3rd straight term, defeating Harold Lovell for a 3rd straight time. Notwithstanding, Harold Lovell came much closer this time, but based on the preliminary count, lost by 6 votes. So he's requested a recount based on our understanding. We're also checking and tracking developments in relation to a box, apparently, that there was a bit of a challenge in relation to how it was sealed. This time in St. Philip South. We're waiting more information on that one as well. We're going to go to which South Stats Department is saying we're going to go to St. Philip South, right. So this is where we are, 4 of 5 for St. Philip South. So again, there's a caveat on this because our understanding is that there is a bit of a challenge at some point with a box. We're getting more information and our stats department is going to be in a position to give us some details on this. But Sherfield Boyne, 443, Lennox Weston, the incumbent ADLP candidate, trailing significantly behind 258, Joan Messiah, 21, Joan Messiah, the leader of the DNA. I'm pretty sure that she would have been wanting to do much better than that. Peter?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment quickly on the All Saints West situation. Looking back at the historical data, so in 2014, it was 1931 votes, but it was 54%. And in 2018, it was essentially the same 54%. So even though there were more votes to get, and essentially that constituency has performed at the same level in 2014 and 2018. Right now, it clearly is on the decline. There's a decline in that constituency, but just in terms of the conversation that you were having, the numbers were different, so it's 1726 versus 1931, but it's the same 54%.
Yes, the numerical numbers were different, but I think the percentages were the same. Mm-hmm. But I think the numerical numbers indicate that there's a slippage there.
That's not statistically correct. It's the same
not statistically.
This time,
from a percentage standpoint.
Yeah.
But you could. But I
disagree
with you as well. I disagree with you as well that this constituency, there's no way back from this constituency.
But no, I mean that is something that could very well be the case, and I would concede on that more quickly than the idea that in the last 2, as I said, it's the same.
Yes, I was in reference to the numerical numbers. There was a difference, but in terms of the percentages, it was basically the same.
Because the aggregate number of registered voters might have changed. So let's be clear. So Michael Brown defeating, Dr. Michael Brown defeating L. Chandler Condrington, 335 in 2014, 346 beating Lamin Newton, who was then a member of the UPP in 2018. Lamin Newton is now a member of the ABLP, and now he's trailing badly against Anthony Smith of the UPP in this one. So, a little bit of a divergence of views from Peter Wickham and Bertrand Joseph. Really. Bertrand Joseph saying that pretty much it's fait accompli. This seat is already lost for Michael Brown. Peter Wickham not so fast. It could be that there could be of the other 7 boxes, Michael Brown could find a way to come back. Bertrand Joseph says no. Peter Wickham says give it a thought.
There's no way back. There's no way back.
All right, so let's see. We're going to wait to see what happens in this one. All right, we're going to be getting more numbers. We're waiting on another drop from our stats department on the numbers. Let's remind you, in the meantime, and we're still going to be going back over to Darren Matthew Ward with his panel as well. They are really, really keenly paying rapt attention to the comments made by this panel in studio so that they'll be able to respond a bit later. I'm pretty sure they have their own views as well.
Yes.
Let's go through the projections and the confirmations so far. We're going to play those for you right one after the other so that you're aware and you're kept up to date in terms of where we are at this point of the race. Remember, it's a race to 9. For those viewers who are just joining us who are not quite aware, it's a 17-seat parliament, so 9 wins you the government. It's a first past the post, not proportional representation. 9 wins you the government. So race to 9 at this point. So this is the projections. Gaston Brown remains the Member of Parliament elect in St. John's City West, easily defeating Alistair Thomas with actually 2/3 of the vote. Alistair Thomas with 621, Jamil Knight 18. So Gaston Brown will continue to represent the people of St. John's City West. In St. John's City East, the neighboring constituency, a very small margin, 6 votes separating Melford Nicholas, the incumbent ABLP candidate, but he is defeated. He is held off. A very strong challenge from the UPP leader Harold Lovell, 6 votes, 791 to 785. Lovell, we understand, has asked for a recount. Leon Smith has gotten 13 votes. Interesting, who those 13 persons would have voted for had Leon Smith not been in the race is interesting. But it is already done. Projected winner in St. John's City South, Stedroy Benjamin, has defeated France de Freitas. Easy victory, a facile one, perhaps one of the largest margins that we've seen. Just under the Prime Minister. Prime Minister was 67%, Stedroy Benjamin 66.1%. So a victory there for the veteran Stedroy Benjamin in City South. In Rural West, no, not a projection here, but this is just a number in relation to 7 of 17 boxes, 10 more boxes to come. Richard Lewis, 706 votes. To 542 for Gail Christian, Stephen Richardson 15, and Anderson Carty with 9. An update there, sorry, not a projection on St. John's Rural West. This is not a projection either, but this is a comfortable lead for Darrell Matthew in St. John's Rural South. This is a 4-person contest. Gladys Potter of the UPP trailing significantly to Darrell Matthew. 485 she's on. Darrell Matthew 730. Tekla Thomas on 6. Gail Perra Weston yet to get off the mark, as we say in cricket. Maria Brown 52.2%. 1133. 10 of 15 boxes, so 2/3 along the way in terms of the counting. Sean Bird, 1,007, 46.4% of the vote. Trevor Young, 30 in relation to that contest. Charles Max Fernandez, 53% of the votes, 8 of 12 boxes, so another 2/3. So in other words, we are also 2/3 of the way in the counting here. St. John's Rural North, Pearl Quinn Williams, 895, Louis Rivera of the DNA, 26. In St. Mary's North, 455 for Sir Malwin Joseph. 5 of 16 boxes counted. We still have a long way to go. We're going to be getting the numbers. We're going to be getting where these boxes are.
You have given us more than that.
I've given, yes, so this one needs to be updated. Yes, we will. And so we'll update that on the graphic. Kelvin Simon, 5 of 14 boxes. In fact, you're absolutely right. I gave quite a few numbers on the St. Mary's North. Kelvin Simon in St. Mary's South, 636. 52.4% of the votes. Samantha Marshall, the ABLP incumbent, 47% of the votes at 566. 5 of 14 boxes, still quite a way to go on this one. It would take a very, very brave person to make any projection at this point. Let's continue with more numbers from this one. We'll be getting another one up very shortly. But we gave you the numbers for St. Paul earlier, but this is All Saints East and St. Luke. 10 of 14 boxes, 4 more boxes to come. A very comfortable lead, 59% of the votes for Jamal Pringle. Colin James, 39%. DNA's Avoy Knight, 47%. The best performer so far of the DNA candidates, Avoy Knight, their youngest candidate. Anthony Smith, another significant advantage for him, 59% of the votes. So far, 9 of 15 boxes counted. Dr. Michael Brown, 890. Anthony Stewart, 23. In relation to St. George, 8 of 17 boxes counted, 1,064, 809 for Dean Jonas, the ABLP incumbent, Benjamin Quinlan on 25. In St. Peter, this is a seat being watched very closely. Now, another box counted, 4 of 11. 60% of the vote for Asset Michael, 821. Asset Michael is on. Rawdon Turner, 324, with 23% of the votes. Tevon Harriet, 217. Chanel Imhoff with 9 votes. But Asset Michael, by far and away, running out a pretty strong lead in St. Peter. We've already projected St. Philip North. That's Robin Yearwood remains in Parliament, returns to Parliament to represent the individuals in St. Philip North. He was run very, very close, challenged strongly, but Alex Brown in the end fell some way short. And Alex Brown, 614, so Robin Yearwood with over 700. Sherfield Boyne in St. Philip South, 443, 405 boxes counted. Lennox Weston, 258. Joan Massar of the DNA, 21. And we'll also tell you about St. Paul in a short while. In fact, here we go with St. Paul. EP Chet Green, 5 of 11 boxes, 645 votes, so close to 60% of the votes for EP Chet Green. 40% of the votes, Cleon Attil, 439, Gamil Joyce, 4 votes in St. Paul. And in Bermdua, which we have projected as well. Bermdua, not projected but confirmed, all 4 boxes counted. Trevor Walker will return as the Member of Parliament-elect for Bermdua, the constituency which he's represented for the last 15 years or so. So this is where we're looking at the electoral map. Bermdua stays with the BPM. 4 seats declared for the ABLP. We're talking about St. Philip North, Sir Robin Yearwood, St. John's City, St. John's, we'll get back to that. I think there is a bit of, I think our graphic here projects St. John's Rural East. We'll confirm with our stats department if they've projected St. John's Rural East. But I know we've projected City East, but this one is showing Rural East being projected. But it's not quite projected just yet. But either way, we've projected City East and, not projected, but we've confirmed City East and City West, as well as St. Philip North. So this is where we are at this point in relation to the electoral map. Remember, it's a race to 9. 9 gets you the government. Tell me.
9-7-1. That's how it is.
9-7 at this point.
Yeah, 1. That's how it's going.
9-7-1. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You're projecting. So sorry, Don. You're saying 9-7-1?
Yeah.
You're saying 9 for the ABLP, 7 for the UPP, 1.
Asset Michael will win.
Interesting. Don.
No, I come back again to, I think perhaps the ABLP got a bit complacent in their messaging and their campaign and their stridency with connecting to and speaking to their constituents and converting and going after the UPP supporters or sympathizers. Because particularly in St. Paul's, I find it amazing that Chet Green, who has really done so much work in that, I know there's still a far, but we can see the trend that, he will win. But to see the numbers that Miss Athil has, the challenge that Miss Athil has put up, I think that again speaks to me, that there was some general, I'm not saying Chet in particular, because I know that he is a man on the ground. I mean, he connects with his people. He has programs in place for them. Programs that we don't hear even articulated from the opponent. We don't see or feel. That's a constituency I'm close to. So I find it amazing that the numbers are panning out the way they are. And again, if the Labour Party was really pushing, and I know the Prime Minister did a lot of it, but pushing on their performance and connecting with people and not taking the voters for granted, I think we'll be seeing a different set of numbers here tonight.
Don, let me pick you up on this point. How much do you think the closeness of the results in some cases, and in fact the UPP leading in quite a few of these seats, how much of that is down to MPs who are ministers in the government being just focusing a lot on their ministerial responsibilities and not able to be in the constituency. Now they're juggling both their MP responsibilities and their ministerial portfolios, which takes them away a lot from the
I referred to that earlier in Michael's case, and to add to that, the pandemic. But I think by now we should be mature enough in this political arena to know that when you are elected to serve as a minister, that you need to carve out time for your constituents. One of my recommendations to Harold when I was supporting him was to get a calendar, 5 years calendar, and you plan out that 5-year calendar year by year so that you can have every quarter a town hall meeting. That's what, 20 meetings in the 5-year period or something like that. I find that once ministers get comfortable in their substantive day-to-day activity, they disconnect, and then it comes back to haunt them. And we saw that with the UPP in their first and second term. In the 2 terms, they started slipping from sins. You can be a testament to that. Yes, you do have that.
But you can remember the audience want to hear.
You can add to that, but that disconnect ought not to be, and it should not be an excuse. It should be factored into your performance. You need to plan your 5-year while you're in there, because without the people, there's no way you can get back there. And without keeping them close, keeping them connected, I think that we're losing, they will continue to lose ground.
Okay, there we go. Another update now. Thanks so much, Donna. Another update before I get to Peter and Peter and Bertrand. There is an update from St. Paul. 6 of 11 boxes counted. Close to 60% of the votes for EP Chet Green, the ABLP's incumbent. 775 he's on. Cleon Attil 526. Gamil Joyce with 6. So continuing the comfortable lead there is EP Chet Green. Meanwhile, 11 of 14 boxes now. So 1 more box counted in All Saints East and St. Luke. Jamal Pringle with 54.3% of the votes. 1284. Colin James 904. I think his lead has been cut, actually. Jamal Pringle's lead has been cut.
Avoy has been looking better.
And Avoy now. Look at Avoy Knight. 177 votes for Avoy Knight.
He has taken a leap.
And remember, for context, Avoy Knight is the youngest candidate in this among all 53 candidates. He's 24 years old. Avoy Knight. 177 votes, outperforming all DNA candidates, including the leader of the DNA. 177. Interesting.
And if I say
3 more boxes to come in all
And
Saints.
those are coming from Old Road, so it's game over.
You're saying it's over? Okay, all right. Our panel is willing to unofficially project that it's over. Are you now
It's been over for a while.
Okay. Peter Wickham is saying it's been over for a while. We're going to go back shortly to, for one more round actually. We're going to be going back in a short while to Darren Matthew Ward. He'll be able to get some final points or final comments from his Skype panel, and I want to also hear Darren's view on this as well. So we're going to get to Darren in a short while. We're going to also be showing you some of the images that we're getting from our correspondents and our reporters and producers who are found out across the 17 constituencies. We, of course, would have shown you the celebration that was held in St. John's City South. There we go. We're seeing the incumbent ABLP candidate, Stedor Cutie Benjamin, being congratulated. A concession of sorts, a handshake by France the Freitas, the UPP candidate. He was pretty much not in the race, really, because it was a facile victory for Stedor Cutie Benjamin. We also showed you, there we go, looking back at the handshake, we also showed you the celebration and, in a way, mixed in with relief in St. John's City East. A very, very close contest in St. John's City East. And the ABLP supporters celebrating a narrow victory there. Melford Nicholas holding off a very strong, stern challenge from Harold Lovell. Harold Lovell coming within 6 votes, but whether it's 6 or 600, it's a win because it's a first past the post system. And so Harold Lovell failing in his 3rd straight attempt to wrest the St. John's City East constituency from the ABLP. Losing in 2014, hasn't been able to win back since. This is 6 of 14 boxes in St. Mary's South. Kelvin Simon, 775. 54.7% of the vote. Samantha Marshall of the ABLP, the incumbent candidate, 45% of the vote, 632. And Andrew Antonio, 11 for the DNA. We're going to be getting some a drop in terms of where these boxes are coming from and which ones are left to come in. So stick around for that. A lot to come here. We're on, of course, Decision 2023. Here's Rural South now. 6 of 11 boxes. Darrell Matthew, 838 with 59% of the vote. Gladys Potter with 41%, 581. Tekla Thomas, 9. Gail Perra-Weston, still not a single vote for Gail Perra-Weston. She's the only candidate in this race who has not gotten one vote so far. We'll see if she gets one at least in the other 5 boxes to come. But Darren Matthew, a very comfortable lead so far, 59% of the votes for Darren Matthew, 838 to Gladys Potter's 581.
Well, Garfield, she might get one vote if she lives in the constituency when we get to the box that she lives in.
Actually, it's...
Because I can imagine she wouldn't vote for herself.
9611 is how I see it.
You're saying 9611. So 9 ABLP,
yes,
6 UPP,
Bermdua,
1 for BPM, and 1 independent.
Peter, yeah.
9611. That's the projection from Bertrand Joseph. Donna, what's your projection?
No, I agree with him.
You agree with
it?
9611.
I'm not projecting yet.
Peter says he's...
And the variance would be just by 1.
By 1.
Yeah.
Peter says he's keeping his powder dry. Donna and Bertrand are willing to go on a limb, 9611, which would be the ABLP retaining the government, only just narrowly retaining the government with 9. You need 9, so it's a race to 9. So they would have had 9-6 for the UPP based on the projections from Bertrand and Donna, and 1 for the BPM, which they've already gotten in Bermuda, 1 for the independent candidate Asset Michael. We have the projection from Bertrand and Donna that Asset Michael will go on to win. So far, he's had a very sizable lead. It will take a significant, almost tectonic shift for him not to get that one based on the trends that are unfolding in that one. We'll take a short break. Still to come, more of the numbers. We're going to be having back Sherry and Bradshaw coming in to rejoin us after this break. Plus, we have another talk with the panel on Skype. Darren Matthew Ward moderates that panel with another pollster. As I said, how many election panels have you seen with 2 pollsters? 2 for the price of 1. 2 of the most distinguished pollsters in the region on one panel, on one set, on one broadcast. That's what we do here on Decision 2023. Back after this.
The date has been announced.
January 18, 2023!
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any forum and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride. Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair, ABS, your election headquarters.
Let's get social. We're ready to connect with you. Find us on Facebook. Do you tweet? We do. Send us a tweet. Connect with us on Instagram. Keep up to date with news and more at www.abstvradio.com.
The date has been announced.
January 18, 2023.
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any forum and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride.
Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair, ABS, your election headquarters.
Let's get social. We're ready to connect with you. Find us on Facebook. Do you tweet? We do. Send us a tweet. Connect with us on Instagram. Keep up to date with news and more at www.abstvradio.com.
Welcome back. You're in tune with Decision 2023, our extensive live coverage of the results of the 2023 general elections. And so far, you would have heard the predictions and the projections of our panelists in terms of how things are shaping up and the state of play at this point. All right, so we're going to be going to St. Philip's South and to tell you what's happening there, because as we indicated earlier, there was a bit of a challenge that was experienced in relation to the counting there. We're going to be showing you some images a bit later in terms of what was pretty much a walkout by one of the sides there. We're going to show you some of the footage later on, but let's look back at the graphic because there's an update in relation to this. So let's look at this one. So 4 of 5 boxes at this point, 4 or 5 boxes in St. Philip's South, and Sherfield Bowen of the UPP, 61.4% of the vote. Lennox Weston, 258. So it's 443 for Sherfield Bowen, 443 for Sherfield Bowen, 258 for Lennox Weston. Joan Messiah still on 21. 4 of those 5 boxes which have been counted. I think that there's even an update to this that we can share with you shortly. So keep posted or keep watching in relation to what we're going to be updating you in relation to this one. All right. So St. Philip's South, there's an update further to this that we will show you in a short while. In fact, we'll also be showing you some pictures as well. Stick around as well because Darren Matthew Ward will also have his panel rejoining us, which will include Caleb Gardner of the ABLP. Andy Liebert and Don Anderson will stay with us. Jonathan Wenner will also be on the panel as well. So stick around for Darren Matthew Ward with, in a very short while, another discussion with his panel on Skype. Rejoining us is Sherry Ann Bradshaw, an attorney at law who doesn't mince words at all. She calls a spade a spade. And still with us, Bertrand Joseph and Peter Wickham. Sherry Ann, welcome back. What have you been seeing based on, and by the way, let me ask you first, are your projections in line with Bertrand and Donna, who was here before?
Very close, yes. Very, very, very similar. I mean, it's nail biting. What I can say is, like, as at Michael, he's getting St. Peter. Off the bat, no doubt about it. History has been made in Antigua and Barbuda by Mr. Michael.
In the Caribbean.
Sorry?
In the Caribbean.
In the Caribbean. As it relates to Jamal Pringle, I am not surprised. And it's unfortunate that Mr. Colin James didn't see this beating coming. Everyone is still watching with bated breath St. George's, especially in the Potters area where Mr. Watson and Mr. Jonas is, because the margin is still so wide. But if we see that Potters box, I think it's safe to say, depending upon the Potters box result, we can even call it before we even reach 10 boxes. Easily, hands down. It's also interesting to see the stiff competition between Bird Brown because I really did not expect Sean Bird to be doing so well in that constituency. I think we need to watch Sutherland's in particular, where that Spanish community is, to see how well he does in the box. And
just very quickly, Sherry, we have an update. 11 of 15 boxes now in St. John's Rural East. An extension of the lead for Maria Brown. So she's actually steadily extended her lead. 1244 now, almost 53% of the votes for Maria Brown. Sean Bird, 1,083, 46% of the vote. Trevor Young, 33 votes there in St. John's Rural East. So it was much closer earlier, but as the counting has continued, Maria Brown has started to extend her lead and has started to create some daylight between herself and Sean Bird. So and in fact, it's going in the very good direction for her, because as you get closer towards the end of the counting, that's when she's been extending her lead. So Sean Bird has quite a mountain to climb if he's to come back in this one. But again, we're going to be showing you another drop in relation to from what the stats department is saying to update you. So we're going to come back to you in a short while, Sherry Ann, but just to update you as well on St. Philip South. We just spoke with the ABLP's incumbent candidate, Lennox Weston, and he has indicated that he has accepted the results of this one. He's not quite happy. He's not 100% comfortable on it, so we are going to be projecting this one. Our stats department in a short while will be projecting St. Philip South. So Lennox Weston saying that there was an issue that arose during the counting. We're still getting some more information on what exactly that issue was in relation to one of the boxes there. So he's not 100% happy at all, but he says at this point he accepts the results. So it will be Sherfield Boyne who will be projecting, or stats department will get that graphic up for us in a short while. St. Philip South looks like it is now going to be in the column of the United Progressive Party. So we'll get that one shortly in relation to our graphic. And Joan Messiah, 21 votes in St. Philip's South, 21 votes for the leader of the Democratic National Alliance. We'll talk about, we've been talking about the leader of the UPP who's lost the third time. What do you make, Sharon, please hold your point. I'm going to come back to you with what point you're making, but let me get Peter on this. Joan Messiah, her showing in this one, 21 votes, as the leader of her party.
No, I mean, it left much to be desired. She got past 2%, but I mean, she's not even at 3%. Well, she's not even at 5%. And it was a disappointing performance for her. I honestly thought that she would have done better in relation to at least creating, one could say, to block a UPP candidate. And she hasn't even been able to do that there. So I think that this is pretty much the end of the line where the UPP, well, certainly where the DNA is concerned and where she's concerned in that type of active politics, and that we can close that chapter. But the outcome was not entirely unsurprising. Certainly in my polling, I sensed that there was a deterioration in the support for the ABLP a slight deterioration, and essentially the expectation was that if the ABLP won it, they would have won it because Joanne Messiah would have saved it for them, and that has not materialized. So the result, as it happens, is not surprising at all, and we congratulate Sherfield Bowen for being the next candidate that's declared.
Yes,
for the UPP.
The Member of Parliament-elect. Yeah. And as a result, based on the indications from the seat, we're in a position to make this projection. ABS projects that St. Philip South moves from red to blue. It is Sherfield Bowen who emerges as the victor on the preliminary vote in St. Philip South. The UPP gains the seat of St. Philip South. As we indicated to you earlier, Lennox Weston, the incumbent ABLP candidate, indicated that he accepts the preliminary vote, the preliminary count at this point. Let's wait to see whether or not he will take any sort of or request any sort of recount. But at this point, he says he accepts the preliminary result, and even though he's not happy at all. But we're projecting at this point, based on the preliminary vote that or count, that Sherfield Bowen will be the next Member of Parliament-elect for St. Philip South, barring, as I said, any sort of challenge that is successful against his election there. 60% of the votes. So we're looking now at the electoral map. You look at the top of the electoral map and you see where we are in terms of projections. 4 seats called for the ABLP, 1 for the BPM, 1 for the UPP at this point. Counting is continuing, more results are coming in. We'll be in a position to make more projections in a short while. So this is where we are at this point in relation to another projection. Sharon, back to you to finish up your point, please.
Yes. Before I finish up my point, I thought we were going to call All Saints East and St. Luke.
Or Stats Department. We're waiting on them to make that determination.
Right,
we're going to be getting another drop in terms of the boxes where those are coming from.
Well, those boxes are Mr. Pringle.
It'll make a difference. Yeah.
Those boxes are Mr. Pringles.
I think you're all agreed on that.
Yes.
Okay, so we're guided by our Stats Department. So perhaps they're being a little bit conservative on this one. Let's see how that one pans out. All right, we're gonna see what our Stats Department says. But again, those are the projections that we're making so far. This is, you've just seen what happens, what was the case there in St. Peter. 4 of 11 boxes so far. Asset Michael with a commanding lead. The independent candidate, who is, of course, who ran and won 4 times before on an ABLP ticket, now as an independent candidate. He wants to create history on the mainland. Let's remind you that 3 independent candidates have so far won in general elections in this country. This is the 16th general election since universal adult suffrage. All the 3 winning candidates on the independent side have all been from Bermuda. No independent candidate has won on Antigua. He wants to do that now in this election. 821, 60% of the vote for Asset Michael, 23.6% of the votes for Roden Turner, 821, 324, 217 for Tavon Harriet, and Chanel Imhoff with 9 votes so far. 4 of 11 boxes counted in St. Peter. A very keenly watched contest. In fact, perhaps we could easily say the contest in this election that has sucked up a lot of the oxygen in the room in relation to the attention and to the focus on this race. That was, if you were to pick one of the 17 seats that people would be glued to their television sets about, it's this one. And so far, Asset Michael with a very, very imperious lead in this one. Let's see whether or not the other 7 boxes can yield any significant change. But at this point, Asset Michael, certainly Bertrand Joseph and Donna Shaw earlier, I think you yourself implicitly saying it.
Yes, he's burying Roden Turner.
Okay, all right, well, let's see. Strong language there, but let's see. All right, we're going to be going to 9 of 12 boxes in St. John's Rural North. 53.2% of the votes for Charles Max Fernandez. Before we go to Rural North, let's go to Rural East. 12 of 15 boxes, and we're seeing a continuation of the lead, the momentum building for Maria Brown. She continues to extend her lead, 1393 now to 1180 over Sean Bird. Trevor Young with 40 votes now in St. John's Rural East. So 12 of 15 votes, 12 of 15 boxes counted, and 53% for Maria Brown. So Maria Brown looks well on course to continue to build that lead. Let's see when our stats department will be in a position to project.
And this is her box. This is Claire Hall.
Indeed. Two-thirds of the way on this one. All Saints West, it does appear that Anthony Smith is well on his way to Parliament. He's gotten 59% of the votes over the incumbent Dr. Michael Brown, 40% of the votes. So Anthony Stewart of the DNA, the finance spokesman for the party, 1% of the votes, 25, 10 of 15 boxes, so 5 more to go. We're at the two-thirds stage. Anthony Smith, it does appear that this lead is looking rather unassailable. It's already commanding. In relation to St. George, so this is 9 of 17 boxes now, 9 of 17, so just over the halfway point. 1150 for Algernon Serpent Watts, Dean Jonas 907, Benjamin Quinlan with 26 of those votes. St. George, Algernon Serpent Watts has led since the start of the contest, so let's see how this one pans out. More of those results coming in, because we can also report that in, we just showed you Rural West, Rural East. Let's go to Rural West now. Richard Lewis, 9 of 17 boxes, so just over the halfway stage, 980 votes for Richard Lewis of the UPP. Gail Christian with 44%, roughly 44% of the votes with 785. Stephen Richards, 19, and he's pretty much in a secondary race here, a subplot between Stephen Richardson and Anderson Carty, 19 and 18 respectively. Let's see which one of them will get more votes in this one. So you could see this as two races. So a race between Richard Lewis and Gail Christian, and then a separate race between Stephen Richardson and Anderson Carty. 9 of 17 votes, and 9 of 17 boxes counted in that one. More of the results this evening to report, and then in a short while we'll be going over to the panel, to the Skype panel with Darren Matthew Ward. Charles Fernandez, 1158, as we said, 993 for Pearl Quinn Williams, 9 of 12 boxes, so we're getting closer now to the end of that one, 3/4 of the way towards the end of counting. 53% for Charles Max Fernandez. The DNA's Louis Rivera with 26, Pearl Quinn Williams with roughly 46%. We've already projected St. John's City South. Stedora Benjamin will be back in Parliament representing the people of St. John's City South, easily defeating France de Freitas. All 8 boxes now counted, 904 to 495. Roland Timothy of the DNA getting 11. In relation to more of those contests that we're looking at this point, so Joel Pringle, 60%, so he's extended it a bit now, 60%, almost 61% of the votes, 12 of 14. I'm pretty sure that our stats department will be making the call and the projection very, very shortly on this one. Avoy Knight with, okay, Avoy Knight, something is amiss there, because I saw earlier he was 117, so something went terribly wrong. I'm not so sure what happened there, but we had 170 something for, there you go, 177. For Avoy Knight, unless that was an error, or either that, or we've done a terrible injustice to the young man and taking away some of his votes. But we'll see. We'll look at the anomaly and we'll explain it to you shortly on that. But suffice it to say, Jamal Pringle does appear to be returning to Parliament to represent the people of All Saints East and St. Luke. Let's continue with more of those figures at this point. We're going to be showing you, we did mention to you earlier what happened in St. Philip's South. We're going to show you some of the pictures there from the counting and a bit of a controversy that has emerged in St. Philip's South. In the meantime, St. Mary's North, Mullen Joseph, 455. This was, again, this needs to be updated because we actually went through quite a few more boxes from this one as well. So we will update this figure and keep you across St. Mary's North as the counting continues there. They would have, of course, gone beyond 5 of 16 boxes. Let's now go to, we're going to be showing you some more figures and more statistics coming in as well. We're going to be taking a very short break. And when we come back, we're going to be switching over now to the panel. Calling, sorry? Okay, so we're calling, we're going to be getting an update in a very short while from one of those centers. So in fact, we're going to be talking, so this is a projection. ABS is in a position to make another projection. As expected, our stats department projects this. All Saints East and St. Luke will stay with the United Progressive Party. Jamal Pringle, who was the only winning candidate for the UPP in 2018, returns to Parliament to represent the people of All Saints East and St. Luke, Jamal Pringle, who was the leader of the opposition before the parliament was dissolved, that session of parliament was dissolved, returns to parliament. He emerges as the second winner for the UPP, whom we are projecting this evening. Jamal Pringle remains the member of parliament elect in All Saints East and St. Luke. Another projection from our stats department. So, just after that projection, we're taking another quick break. When we come back, Darren Matthew Ward will be back with his Sky panel. Still, we're also getting more perspective from Peter Wickham, Sherry Ann Bradshaw, and as well Bertrand Joseph. All that coming up on this edition of Decision 2023. Antigua and Barbuda votes in this election.
The date has been announced.
January 18, 2023.
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any forum and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride.
Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair. ABS, your election headquarters.
Let's get social. We're ready to connect with you. Find us on Facebook. Do you tweet? We do. Send us a tweet. Connect with us on Instagram. Keep up to date with news and more at www.abstvradio.com.
Thank you so much for staying with us right here on ABS Television and our online platforms, as well as ABS Radio, a multi-platform presentation of the Antigua and Barbuda elections 2023, the 16th since universal adult suffrage. Let's take a look at some of the celebrations from another winning candidate. We projected in a few minutes ago that in the constituency of St. Philip South, it is Sherfield Boyne, and now he's being flocked by his supporters who are jubilant. They are euphoric as they celebrate a victory for Sherfield Boyne. He is going to Parliament to represent the constituency of St. Philip South. As we indicated to you earlier, the ABLP incumbent had indicated he's not quite happy, but he accepts the preliminary count. Lennox Weston spoke with us a few minutes ago, but Sherfield Boyne certainly celebrating his victory in St. Philip South. Some of the pictures there coming into us a short while ago. UPP supporters, throng of UPP supporters around him celebrating his victory. Hugs. There you're looking at Lennox Weston. A few, I'm pretty sure, jibes as well, and with some of the UPP supporters there as he makes his exit from the counting center. But celebration and jubilation from the UPP candidate there, who is Sherfield Boyne. So one of the projections, we also projected All Saints East and St. Luke will stay with the United Progressive Party. And Jamal Pringle, he will return to Parliament to represent the people of All Saints East and St. Luke. We'll be getting you some more information, of course, more pictures coming into us, more of the celebrations, more of the, in a way, close counting in some of those constituencies. Quite a way to go in some. We're going to be updating you on the two St. Mary's seats, St. Mary's East, St. Mary South and St. Mary North. We're going to be telling you about how those counts are going shortly. Plus, we'll have some more information on the boxes as well. We're going back over in a very short while to Darren Matthew Ward, who will have his Skype panel. He will have Andy Liebert, Don Anderson, as well as Jonathan Wenner, as well as Caleb Gardner. So he'll be rejoining that panel in a short while. In fact, we can now rejoin Darren Matthew Ward, who will have that information. We just had a bit of a challenge earlier with our Skype, but we've sorted that out now. So Darren Matthew Ward moderates to hear the views of our panel, another August panel on Skype. Over to you, Darren.
All right, it is now, wow, it's getting late. It's now 20 minutes to 1 o'clock in St. John's, Antigua. This is Decision 2023 on ABS television. And Senator Gardner, can you hear me now? This is Darren. Okay. It seems as though we're having some challenges with Senator Gardner, which is rather unfortunate because I'd really love to get his take on the results so far. We're getting more and more confirmed results, which certainly point a picture that the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party is getting, let's just say, scolding from the voters. Andy Liebert, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing perfectly, Darren.
All right. What do you think? I mean, I know this is difficult to do, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What do you think is going through the minds of the leadership of the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party right now, specifically the mind of Gaston Alfonso Brown?
Well, you're right, it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. But I know from very early on he had expressed absolute confidence that the electorate would come out in support of the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party. I'm also can pretty much assure myself that he is also a realist. And when I say a realist, he is quite cognizant of the realities that existed in terms of the lead up to the general elections. Not only to the lead up to the general elections, but what happened and the occurrences on the ground months before, so far as the pandemic is concerned. Every country that you go through in terms of the Caribbean that have held general elections over the past couple of years, especially coming through the pandemic, have had a reasonably difficult time because of the fact that government had to impose certain measures upon the population. And it would have been a difficult ask for any government in power to really convince the electorate that they are the right choice after having gone through that difficult period where some tough choices, some tough decisions had to be made. So going into this election, and I mean no less Antigua and Barbuda, where, as I had indicated earlier in terms of the vaccine mandate, job loss, the economy being impacted significantly, it would have been a difficult ask. So far as the leadership is concerned for the United Progressive Party, I didn't indicate, and the panelists I think all agree, that there definitely is a need for some introspection from the political leader of the United Progressive Party, Harold Lovell, and it presents now some opportunities now, as Mr. Wenner did indicate, that there are others in line that are quite competent to grasp that leadership position. And if you look at Richard Lewis, for example, who was at one time fancying his chances of holding on to that leadership position, this might be a grand opportunity for him if things hold the way they're going in the constituency of St. John's Rural West. And there are others that may really come to the fore. So at this time, I think it is very nervous time. I didn't hear Mr. Joseph didn't indicate and forecast a 9-6-1 situation. So I wouldn't want to put my prediction out there. I think it is still early time, still nervous time. But at the same time, I think everybody is watchful, especially as it relates to the leadership of both parties. And it would be interesting to see as the night goes on where things head.
Our other pollster, Mr. Don Anderson, if I may come to you before I try or attempt to go to Mr. Caleb Gardner again. Do you think that the results tonight could potentially expose Gaston Brown to a leadership challenge? There have been rumors circulating in this very small society that there are some others waiting in the wings to wrest leadership from Gaston Brown. Do you think that this situation exposes him to that challenge?
I certainly think so. I have heard them myself being on the ground extensively over the last 2 months. And I'm unmuted.
Yes, I can.
Are you hearing me clearly?
I'm hearing you clearly, yes.
Okay, sure. I believe so. And we haven't yet reached the end of the line in the vote count tonight. So it probably is a bit early to say. Right. I have my own views as to where they might fall. Right now I have UPP ahead in 6, or confirmed in 6, and the Labour Party in 7, with 2 still marginal. So I'm not about to call it yet. Right. But whether or not we go that route, it is clear to me that based on what I've heard on the ground from debriefing of my teams and so on, and my own experiences, I would not be surprised if there is a challenge within the party for the leadership of the Labour Party. I've heard it. I've heard it extensively from people who are well informed, and it would not be a surprise to me, because this showing by the UPP is an extremely strong showing. There's no question about it. And every single constituency, and maybe the one that we want to use is Maria Brown. I mean, she won by the largest majority in the 2018 election, some 1,200 votes. And throughout this race tonight or today, she has been struggling the entire time, and would probably end winning by less than 200 votes somewhere along the line. And I think that epitomizes exactly what has been the mood of the electorate. The shift towards the UPP has been significant. And I think if they don't get over the line, they're going to be extremely bitterly disappointed that they've come so close and didn't get over the line. But it's still a little early. I wouldn't go as far as calling it yet. There's still two constituencies that I think are pretty much up in the air. One is St. Mary North and one is St. John City East, where the leader of the UPP has called for a recount. So I think decisively we probably have 7 Labour and 6 UPP. To me, pretty definite, pretty solid. And of course, 1 St. Peter, which based on all the polls I did, and I'm happy to say that numbers that Assot is winning by is exactly what I predicted he would win by, or not predicted so much as the data suggested. He would win by approximately, he'd win about 60% of the votes in that particular constituency. So as opposed to, you're pretty happy when you see your numbers coming out in line with how you've collected the data. So yeah, to answer your question, I would not be surprised. I have heard the rumors, and I'm sure he would be aware of some of them as well. So we'll see how it goes in the next week or so.
Right. Thank you so much for that. I believe we have Senator Caleb Gardner on the phone. Senator, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right.
My apologies for the technical issues here, my camera and my mic, but I'm here now.
All right, great. That's fine. We understand the vagaries of technology. What is your feeling right now that you can share with all of us as we watch Decision 2023 and the results of the determinations made by the voters of this country? What is your feeling right now as it is apparent that the United Progressive Party is making significant gains on the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party under the leadership of Prime Minister Gaston Brown?
Well, firstly, I must say that I am not doubting the capacity of the Honorable Gaston Brown to lead the party. We have seen how he has competently led the nation. As it stands with these results, it's just an indication that, as a party, we have to get back on track and to regain the confidence of the people. I am still confident that we can pull through, despite the momentum that the UPP has gained in this election thus far. It may look a bit tough, but I'm confident. Right. And I know for a fact that we will be able to maintain governance and that we'll be able to ensure that we deliver prosperity for Antigua and Barbuda once elected.
Let me ask you this. The United Progressive Party, so far, I think we have somewhere in the region of 5 or 6 seats confirmed, all right, give or take. Am I right with that, Garfield? Yeah, 5 seats, 6 seats? 6 seats, 5 seats. We have 5 seats. Yeah, we said 5 seats. So the point is they have 4 more than they did before we went to the polls. Where do you think the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party went wrong?
I can't say that ABLP went wrong. I would say that we need to improve on our message and getting across to people of Antigua and Barbuda that we are still the best choice. And it's a case where, like I would have mentioned, now is the time for us to do some introspection, to not rest on our laurels, but to learn from this experience, to grow and to develop. But as you know, we need to maintain governance, we need 9 seats. Yes. And I know this, we are leading in several, and it just takes a swing in several of the strong areas or the strong polling boxes for the other outstanding constituencies to come in for us to get to our mark.
Yeah. If you were to use one word to describe your emotional state at this point in time, what would it be? Or how do you feel?
Right now, I would say I feel confident. I don't think one word can describe. Confident. I'm confident and I'm hopeful.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hopeful, I think I can relate to. Confident? I don't know. But you know what? If that's how you feel, my friend, more power to you. Let me ask Jonathan Wenner, chairperson of the youth arm of the UPP. Are you with us, Jonathan? All right, great. I suspect you might have a slightly different perspective on tonight. Where do you think the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party has gone wrong? And perhaps a more comfortable question for you, where do you think the United Progressive Party has gone right?
All right, well, I'll say this. Earlier on in the panel, I heard some panelists saying that the Labour Party, that they were saying that if the people were voting based upon performance and not this party, that the Labour Party would have done well. Well, obviously that is not the case, because people would have voted in this election on the issues that affected them. There was an increase in the amount of registered persons who were there to be voting. And people came out and voted based upon what was affecting them, all right, not just based upon party lines. And with that happening, we saw a serious shift towards the United Progressive Party. You must bear in mind, the United Progressive Party had 1 seat in Parliament, 1 seat, 16-1 in the last election. And 5 years later, to make it so close that it's almost a situation where at certain points in the night, you could see them possibly winning the government. There's a serious shift within just a 5-year time frame. So you have to say that the United Progressive Party had to have done something right in terms of its messaging, its campaigning, its candidates doing the work on the ground. So you have to give some kudos there as well too. Of course, there's some factors in terms of COVID, which we've all acknowledged. That is a difficult thing to go through. But we can all say certainly that there's certain things that could have been done better. And the United Progressive Party has championed those things, such as the tear gassing, such as the vaccine mandate, such as sending home teachers without pay for not taking vaccines. And these are issues that have resonated with the voters. And you cannot say that the United Progressive Party's messages did not resonate with the voters, because they voted resoundingly for the United Progressive Party. However, we will see by the end of the night if the hill is too steep to climb because of the state it was in the last election. But the party has done, I would say, a considerably good job thus far, and hopefully the momentum can keep up throughout the night, and we'll keep our eyes open for that.
Where do you think the Labour Party has gone wrong? You've focused on what your party has done right, which is fine, but where do you think the Labour Party has gone wrong, from your perspective?
Well, it's basically the same thing like what we would have spoken about earlier in terms of the topics and the issues, the problems that the voters would have communicated on. I believe the Labour Party has not listened enough to the voters and what they think the top priorities are in this election campaign. Yes, the Labour Party would push things and they would go along in lines of personal attacks, try to tear down individuals and candidates, which is, I can understand, that's politics. However, there was not enough listening going on, in my opinion, to the needs and the cries of the voters. We keep on going with the same things over and over again because they're the truth. Job opportunities, water, infrastructure, cost of living, all these kind of things are just the main things that the voters keep on repeating. And these are some of the things that the United Progressive Party made a big part of their campaign. And I would say it's not a great leap to say that because the United Progressive Party focused on these things heavily, there was such a big switch towards the United Progressive Party in this election. And we will keep our eyes open to see if the switch is high enough, hard enough for us to come close to taking government. But I must say the party did a considerably good job coming around this election. But we don't run to just running's sake. We hope to win. So it's a little bit, it would be a little bit disappointing if the party doesn't take government.
You plan to be a senator? You hope to be a senator?
Yes. If I plan to be a senator?
If you hope to be a senator?
I hope to serve my country in whatever capacity. If it is a private position, I'm very satisfied with that. If it doesn't matter to me. However, I can help my country. I help my country where I see fit and where I see my citizens, my fellow countrymen, they're struggling. I try to help them out, and we try to activate on their behalf, you know?
Very well. Thanks for that. I want to come back to Andy. Andy, the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party focused heavily during the campaign on the quality of candidates put forward by the United Progressive Party. There were even criticisms that were leveled against the party for focusing too much on the quality of the candidates and not enough on their record. Do you think that, in hindsight, that was the wrong approach?
I don't necessarily think so. And I believe some of the panelists would have shared that as well, that a few of the candidates, first of all, for example, Algernon Watts, he came out of the movement. A number of the other candidates were pretty much relatively unknown. So it made them out to be easy targets for any ruling government to take shots at them. Because really and truly, there was no track record. They had no history of any major achievements under their belts. And so it would have been relatively easy, especially coming to office at the time when there was an international, a global crisis. So it would have been very, very easy for the ruling party to take shots at those candidates. And as I said, some of them were relatively unknown, some of them running for the very first time. For example, I could also think about Cleon Athill. And she is a relative newcomer, coming also out of the movement as well. Anthony Smith himself as well, relatively new to the political scene, to the politics in Antigua and Barbuda. So it is fair to say that the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party did the wise thing in terms of criticizing the candidates and the slate of candidates. And it gives rise as well to the whole selection process of persons who are seeking to run for high office. That is an issue as well that persons have spoken about, and the qualification, the general qualification for candidates. How do you select them? What is the process that is used to get them onto the ballot paper or onto a party's ticket? And so I think that is fair for any ruling party, any political organization to look at the slate of candidates of its opponents and criticize them and take them apart pretty much.
All right, I'd love to get Don Anderson. I'd love to get Don Anderson. I'd love to get your reaction to that question, but we do have some numbers to update the viewers and listeners too. With Garfield.
Okay. Yes, we're going to return to you and your panel in a short while. Darren, thank you so much. Let me just update you in terms of the very latest that we can tell you now about some of the races that we're watching very, very closely. Again, a very, very tight election at this point. All right, so let's look at St. Paul first. And this is now 7 of 11 boxes, 58% for E.P. Chet Green, 875, Cleon Athill 632, Gamil Joyce 8. So E.P. Chet Green continuing to maintain his advantage there in St. Paul. 7 of 11 boxes, so 4 more to go on that one. Let's look at, we're going to be giving you a drop in terms of where the boxes are coming from. St. John's Rural East, 2 more boxes to go. 1309 for Maria Brown. She now has 54% roughly of the votes. Sean Bird, 1268. Trevor Young, 43 votes in that one. So Maria Brown continuing to extend her advantage in St. John's Rural East. It does appear, unless there is extraordinary developments in the other 2 boxes, it does appear that there will be... Sorry, tell me? I did say, okay, could we go back to that graphic? Never mind, we'll go back to St. John's Rural East. Let's be clear in terms of the numbers there, because my eyes might have been deceiving me. So 1509 for Maria Brown, 1268 for Sean Bird, Trevor Young with 43. So thank you, our stats department, making sure that we're getting those numbers correct. 1,509 votes for Maria Brown, 1268 for Sean Bird. So Maria Brown comfortably extending her advantage. 2 more boxes to go, and again, unless something were to happen tectonic, Maria Brown should be returning to Parliament. St. John's Rural South, 58% votes for Darrell Matthew. Gladys Potter on 670, 947 for Darrell Matthew. Tekla Thomas of the DNA 11. Gail Perra Weston with 4 boxes to go. She's still not had a single vote so far. The only candidate of the 53 so far without at least 1 vote. St. John's Rural South, therefore, is heading in the direction at this point, unless, again, something major were to happen. Now, 12 of 15 boxes, this does appear to be an unassailable lead for Anthony Smith. It does appear that he's on course, well on course, to go to Parliament to represent the constituents of Old Saints West in Parliament. Almost 60% of the votes for Anthony Smith, 1,724. Dr. Michael Brown with just under 40% of the votes, 1,156. The DNA's Anthony Stewart struggling on 29 votes there. 3 more boxes to be counted, but at this point our stats department will be very shortly calling one. In fact, we can make a projection shortly. Let me just tell you which projection we'll be making. Okay, our stats department will be coming up in a very short while with a projection. And that might be coming up in another few seconds. Stand by. Our stats department at this point, with halfway through 7 of the boxes, and by the way, our graphic there is a bit off. It's saying 14, it should not be 14 boxes, it's 8 boxes in St. Mary's South. So again, our graphic there, don't be misled by it, 7 of 8. So again, right, so our stats department, you're seeing 7? 2, 4, 6. I'm seeing 8 here.
2 in Erlings, 1 in Johnson's Point, and 4 in Bowland.
No, you're going from which? You're going from the numbers. Yeah. Sorry. There are 8 boxes. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 boxes. So, confirm please, Stats Department. Stats Department is good. So the change has been made to our graphic. 7 of 8 boxes. 1 more box to go. And at this point,
can't make it statistically possible.
Our Stats Department is projecting that Kelvin Simon is the winner of St. Mary's South. That seat changes from red to blue. Kelvin Simon will be representing the people of St. Mary's South in Parliament as the Member of Parliament elect for St. Mary's South. The projected winner is Kelvin Simon in St. Mary's South. Again, as I said, our stats department making sure that we got all those numbers correct. Again, pardon the fact that you were seeing the number of boxes there as 14. It's actually 8 boxes in St. Mary's South. And with just 1 more box to go, our stats department projects that this seat will go to the UPP. So there are now 4 confirmed seats for the ABLP, 1 for the BPM, 3 for the UPP, as the counting continues. So, we're going to be getting our panelists to comment on this. We're going to get our main panel to comment on this. Plus, of course, we're going to be going back shortly to Darren Matthew Ward's Skype panel to comment on this. All right, so our stats department is just crunching a few more numbers as well in relation to a few other matters. We'll be showing you some more numbers in terms of more results coming in as well.
At the statistics,
all right.
But you have to look at trends as well.
Let's look back at some more numbers that we can tell you at this point. Okay, not quite yet in terms of numbers, which are in just yet. But again, this is if you're just joining us, this is the projection we are willing to make at the stats department with just 1 more box to go. Almost 55% of the vote for Kelvin Simon, 924. Samantha Marshall's 763. Samantha Marshall was seeking a 3rd straight term. She is not able to go over the hump on that one. So Kelvin Simon is going to be representing the people of St. Mary's South in Parliament. Andrew Antonio of the DNA is now on. Andrew Antonio got, we'll come back to that figure in terms of telling how many got. I think 11 votes for Andrew Antonio. Let's look at St. George. 7 more boxes to go. 10 of 17 boxes. Algernon Watts, 1,255. He has 53.4% of the votes with 1,255. And Dean Jonas now has 1,065. 45.4% of the votes for Dean Jonas. Benjamin Quinlan Jr. with 28 votes. 7 more boxes to go. We will continue to monitor this one very closely. Our stats department not in a position to make a determination on this one. We will, of course, also have a drop in relation to the boxes, so we'll tell you where the other boxes are left to come from. That will give an indication to our panel, both our main panel in studio and our Skype panel, how this constituency is shaping up. It's being watched very, very closely on both sides. We're going to be giving you some more stats and more analysis and more numbers as well in a short while. But of course, we're going to be just walking you through. We're getting more numbers as they come in. We're going to be walking you through some of the other constituencies which are outstanding in terms of to be called and the number of boxes that are left, where those boxes are coming from, so we get a clear idea of the trend analysis as well. All right, so stick around for that. In the meantime, let's go back over to Darren Matthew Ward for the continuation of his panel. As soon as more numbers come in, we'll be back. And of course, we'll get the views of Mr. Joseph, Bertrand Joseph, Sherry Ann Bradshaw, and Peter Wickham as well. Back over to you, Darren.
Thank you very much, Garfield. I believe, Don Anderson, you wanted to come in on the last question that I posed to Andy Liebert with respect to the approach taken by the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party in targeting the candidate quality, or lack thereof, in their minds, of the candidates presented by the United Progressive Party. I believe you wanted to come in on that. Am I correct? Mr. Anderson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are correct. Yeah. You are correct on my desire to come in and comment.
Yeah.
I believe my perspective on attack ads is that the party uses it at great risk. The attack ads traditionally in all the surveys and all the polls I've done across the Caribbean, I've found that attack ads don't quite work to the effect that, or do not quite have the effect that parties using it wanted to have. And I think this is another case in point, because a considerable amount of time was spent attacking candidates. And when you look at the results of today's poll, it is clear that despite the attack ads on the candidates and the quality of the candidates have done extremely well. And, you know, one might want to venture to say perhaps because of that, the candidates have done very well. Because I've found historically in my polling that the voters tend to recoil, you know, when a party seeks to attack a particular candidate. It tends to backfire quite often. And I believe in this particular situation that could not have worked well, because the candidates that they would have been attacking have done very well, you know. So I think that probably was not the right strategy at all. So that's my answer to that particular question. And if you ask me in terms of where we are in terms of seat count right now, I think it is still very much up for grabs, because I have the UPP winning 6 seats. I have the ABLP winning 7 seats, and there are 2 which are still pretty much up in the air. And I'm including St. John City East in that number. And of course, we have St. Peter, which of course will not go to the Labour Party by any means, any stretch of imagination, if it comes down to the wire. So I think it's a very, very, very close race. And like Jonathan, I'd like to say that the opposition, the UPP, has done extremely well. I think they started off needing to shift about 11 percentage points. That's the kind of swing that they needed. And it would appear that they're pretty close to that at this point in time. So again, we can't call a couple of them, and certainly one of them is St. John City East, where with a margin of 6, a recount could very well make that change.
All right, Garfield has some numbers for us.
All right, so our stats department is making another projection. Stand by. ABS is projecting that in St. John's Rural East, Maria Brown, with 1 box to go, is going to continue as the ABLP's, well, not only candidate, but she's a member of parliament elect for St. John's Rural East. She staves off a challenge from Sean Bird. The count with 1 box to go, 1,616 for Maria Brown, 1,349 for Sean Bird. Trevor Young, 44. Maria Brown remains the representative for the people of St. John's Rural East in Parliament, and she will continue to be the representative for that constituency. Another seat in the ABLP's column will continue to monitor as the votes continue to come in. We're monitoring the developments in relation to St. John's City East, where a recount is now in progress in St. John's City East. We'll keep you updated on those. So Maria Brown, projected as the winner in St. John's Rural East. It started quite close, but as the counting continued, she extended her advantage and now projected as the winner. Darren, back over to you and your panel.
Much Garfield. Don Anderson, any reaction to this particular call by the Stats Department here at ABS? Before we move on to the next.
We were actually muted. We couldn't hear it at all. What was the call?
Oh, Maria Brown, the wife of Prime Minister Gaston Brown, St. John's Rural East. She has declared the winner with just one box to go. So
I don't think you could argue with that at all.
Okay.
I think you saw the trend from about 50% of the count that she was beginning to open a gap on her opponent. So you could see the pattern developing from about 50% of the vote count. So I'm not surprised at that. Again, we need to reflect on the fact that in the last election, her margin was 1,200 votes. Again, so when you look at that situation and to come to here, where I think she's probably going to be winning by just over 200 votes, it tells you, and it talks very seriously about the kind of inroads that the UPP made in this election, and therefore cause for concern within the ABPL and what transpires after this. So I'm not surprised at that in the final analysis, and it's one of those that in the political polls that I did, she was marginally ahead. I'm not surprised at it, and therefore again it is something that is consistent with what I found. I'm not surprised.
Right. Exit polls. We don't seem to practice exit polls here in Antigua. Is there any way of us finding out at this stage what made the people of this country vote in the manner in which they apparently did?
Let me just make the point that it's not enough to get entry polls or polls before an election, much less to get one post-election. People are very reluctant to tell you how they're going to vote, and we have to use our experience and our reputation and our strategies to make sure we get, honest answers from people. It's something that I'd love to be able to do efficiently, but at this point in time, I don't think that we are solid enough yet to get the kind of key answers from people, nor would we be able to necessarily get a kind of representative sample that we could project. Because people are coming out, it's going to be difficult to stop them and ask them how they voted. So it's a good strategy which is used in more developed countries where I think people are more au fait and more prepared to respond to pollsters. But it's something that we're looking at because obviously it would help us to also balance what we find before and what is coming out of a vote on the day. But if you ask me what are the factors, let me say that in just about every constituency that we polled, one of the things that came back at us was the kind of growing disaffection with the leadership style of PM Brown. That is something that even within his own constituency we found, and we're saying exactly what we found. In the Caribbean, we tend to be pretty leader-centric, and I think when you have a leader who in one way or another grates against some of your voters, I think it's going to impact the party support in the final analysis because of our leader-centric environment and focus. So I think that would have been one. The issues, I believe, may not have played the kind of role that it ought to have played, because again, I make the point that I don't get the sense that the UPP really was able to get the message across in terms of the shortcoming of the performance on the issues, all right? And I believe, therefore, that this is something that would have obviously impacted the performance of the ABL. And I would think that those were the key factors. I think one thing that stands out across all the constituencies that we did was Two things, quite frankly, two things. One, the Prime Minister and how he dealt with certain issues. And I think also at one point in time it appeared as if it might be a race between Gaston Brown and Assad Michael, because there was a lot of focus on that area, and I think that probably detracted from took some of the shine off the performance of the ABLP in the campaign.
Right. Do you think that the recent developments in the news, and I'm referring specifically to these charter flights from Africa, you just alluded to the, let's just say, the intense moment of fellowship between Prime Minister Brown and MP Assad Michael, where the Prime Minister said, you know, if you come too close to me, I'm going to, you know, punch you in the mouth. I'm paraphrasing. Do you think that those types of things may have worked against the Labour Party and said, you know, perhaps people in their minds were just like, you know what, I don't need another 5 years of this? You think that could have militated against the party, is what I'm asking?
I think it would have been one of the factors that impacted the performance of the party, because this shift that we're seeing in terms of voter count for the UPP is a substantial one.
Yeah.
And I would like to think that these are factors that would have impacted how people feel about the party, how people feel about the leader. But he won comfortably, if you wish, even though his voter margin was 200 down on his previous count in 2018.
Right.
But I have no doubt that people would have been turned off to a certain extent by the events of the last 2 weeks for sure, and the concerns that I'm sure people had about the airline and the connection with the Nigerians.
All right, I'm going to give you a break there. Andy, your thoughts on that very same question? The recent developments in the news, certainly, you know, taking places of prominence on social media, the various controversies. Do you think that that might have helped to push the voters over the edge as far as wanting, you know, to look at something, a different direction for the country?
Without the benefit of exact data, empirical evidence, that sort of thing,
right,
as to exactly who voted for what or voted against what particular issue, I may not be able to provide the answer that you might be looking for. Generally, in elections in Antigua and Barbuda, I know for a fact that they run pretty much on bread and butter issues. A good deal of it has to do with your economic performance, your ability to earn an income, provide for your families, and things of that nature. And understanding the culture of our people as well. We operate at a very high pride level, and we want to see everybody do well. And some of those issues of sentiment may have really affected how persons go out and vote. I had indicated earlier, and I still am convinced that the pandemic played a major role in how persons voted during this general election. And if you may go back before the pandemic, Darren, you bear me out and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the economy was moving pretty smoothly along. The figures that were returning showed that there were strong economic performances all around. So far as tourism is concerned, the numbers were returning that showed that Antigua and Barbuda was really doing well. Then out of the gate and out, I won't say out of nowhere, but here comes the onset of a pandemic and gave rise to a great deal of issues. As a matter of fact, it would have probably magnified a number of other issues, including the water issue, because a lot of it had to do now with the fact that the lifestyle and the comforts that Antigua and Barbuda have grown accustomed to were significantly and negatively impacted. Added to that now, and I think this is where now persons now zeroed in on the fact that they have a choice before them, that they were able to say, you know what, maybe it is time for me to make a change. And those issues that arose, as you referred to, later on in the campaign and later on in terms of our life here in Antigua and Barbuda may have caused the type of voter reaction that we're seeing at the polls here in Antigua and Barbuda. So as I said, I mean, a perfect storm developed. Not all of it has to do with the performance of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party as it responded to external situations. But some things may have caused things to go over the edge.
For us, it looks like we're turning the lens on St. Mary's North.
Indeed, and ABS's stats department will be making, within the next few seconds, another projection. Stand by for another projection. ABS projects that Sir Mulwin Joseph will be returning to Parliament as the representative for St. Mary's North. Based on our projections, he emerges ahead of the other two Josephs. One ballot paper with 3 Josephs on it, Sir Mulwin emerges as the victor. ABS projects that Sir Mulwin Joseph remains as the representative in Parliament for St. Mary's North. The veteran, who was first elected to Parliament in the 1980s and held that seat all except for 2004 to 2009 when he was defeated by a member of our panel in the person of Bertrand Joseph. Another Joseph, yet another Joseph. Bertrand was an MP for that constituency 2004 to 2009. Sir Mulwin from 1984 up to now being the representative except for that term in 2004 to 2009. Sir Mulwin Joseph projected to remain as the Member of Parliament elect in St. Mary's North. Another one in the column of the ABLP. More numbers coming in. Back over to you for the next 2 minutes, Darren, with your panel.
All right, sure. All right, so how many we have confirmed now for the Labour Party? 6? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Darren, I think that pushes it probably closer to what Mr. Joseph was predicting.
Okay. There's so many Josephs around now.
One of the question marks that I had in terms of the election outcome and in terms of how the seats would be split.
Okay, I understood.
So that pretty much, I mean, that was a huge question mark, as a matter of fact, for me.
Okay. Immediate reaction, Senator Gardner, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Just a reaction to this call.
Yeah, there's optimism here. I mean, it's tight, but just remaining optimistic. I know for a fact that we will get over the line, and this is the opportunity for us to reflect and for us to improve, come again and be stronger.
All right, thank you very much. Quickly, I would also give an opportunity to Mr. Wenner, Jonathan Wenner, your reaction to the most recent call.
Well, it's a bit disappointing to see, but the people have spoken, and you can't argue what the people have spoken with. I would just have to come again, better next time.
Okay, very well, no problem. Garfield?
Extraordinary developments from the panel there, extraordinary comments from them. Our thanks to Don Anderson, Andy Liebird, as well as Jonathan Wenner of the UPP Progressive Youth Arm, UPP's Youth Arm, and of course Caleb Gardner, who was of course appointed as, the youngest senator at the time when he was appointed. Well, actually, that record for the youngest senator is still held by Shanella Govaya. In terms of when she was appointed as a senator, but certainly one of the youngest senators to have been appointed would of course be Caleb Gardner. So our thanks to that panel, and extraordinarily well moderated as usual by Darren Matthew Ward. Back to the panel here with Bertrand Joseph, Sherry Ann Bradshaw, Peter Wickham. Peter, let me come over to you. So some projections having been made in the last few minutes. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen that St. Mary's North has come home with Marvin Joseph, but, you know, the panelists, the pollster and the panelists were making some fairly interesting points, some of which I actually agree with, some of which I would beg to differ. It's clear that the electorate is sending a signal to the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party. The reasons for that signal is part of my challenge I am struggling with. I can see that there is a lack of satisfaction in relation to some things. I do agree with Bill that the Prime Minister's style may be one of the factors. But I also think that we need to dig deeper and try to understand some of the other issues. And I don't really know that either of us would have the tools in terms of the kind of polling that we have done to really understand what are a lot of the reasons for the signal that is being sent. At the same time, it's not consistent in terms of the reaction across the board. Now, when I look at the electoral swing in relation to City West, City East, and a couple of the others that have come home, I'm seeing swings that are small, 4 or 5%, which is consistent with what I was expecting. But then you have, of course, the St. Peter's one, which is completely off the charts, so that's another matter altogether. And then there are places like Rural East, which would have come home, but yet still with a 12% swing against the party. So these are some of the inconsistencies that, you know, really warrant consideration. St. Mary's North, there was a big swing there as well. And that's also something that would need to be explored. So those are some of the issues, as I said, I'm looking at and trying to understand and grapple with what has happened. But at the same time, you know, it looks as though the Antigua Labour Party will be able to hang on. And I think it's an opportunity for both parties now to do some introspection. Certainly the ABLP needs to ask itself what happened that it didn't perform up to par. It's a third-term government, and I think that we need to remember that third-term governments, generally speaking, suffer from some level of deterioration, and a 5% swing with a third-term government is not exactly a bad thing. So maybe we now have to start looking at the reality that, look, the ABLP is a third-term government in a two-party conversation, and it suffered in the way it did. On the UPP side, I think it's easier for me to understand what happened. My sense is that if the UPP had different leadership, it perhaps could have won this election. And I think that they may want to look at that first and foremost when they go back to the drawing board to try and see what kind of alternative leadership they could produce that would be able to give them the capacity to bring the next election home. So those are some of my thoughts at this stage, and then we can build out as we go on.
All right, just before we get to Sherry and Bradshaw and Bertrand Joseph, so an update now on All Saints West, 13 of 15 boxes, 13 of 15 boxes, and I'm pretty sure in a very short while, if not within the next few minutes, perhaps, there will be a call on this one from our stats department, still crunching some numbers. All Saints West, 13 of 15 boxes. Anthony Smith continues to remain with a commanding lead, 58.4%, 1,829 votes. Dr. Michael Brown, 1,272. Anthony Stewart of the DNA, 31. Stand by for another projection from our stats department. ABS projects that All Saints West changes from red to blue. Anthony Smith will become the first-time Member of Parliament for All Saints West. He will represent the constituency in Parliament in the next election. Dr. Michael Brown does not get over the hump in his attempt to win for a third straight time. He won by 335 in 2014, 346 in 2018, but falls well short in 2023. Dr. Michael Brown defeated in All Saints West. Anthony Smith of the UPP is projected as the winner in All Saints West. We'll be, of course, crunching more numbers. So another one in the column of the United Progressive Party. We'll be, of course, making some more projections in a few minutes as well. Again, it's a race to 9. We are not yet at 9. So at the time is after 1. There you go. We still do not know who will be the government at this point.
Let me first tip my hat to Mr. Joseph for having indicated earlier that All Saints West would have gone blue. I was hesitant to call it, but I acknowledge now that I was probably too hesitant. So hats off to you, sir, for having called that one.
I know it said 9-6-1-1, but I may hedge on one of the for now.
Okay, so you're saying it could be. So what are you? Okay, tell me the 9 you have.
It's quite possible they could pick up an extra one.
Yes.
But I'll have to just watch and see.
Who could pick up an extra one?
The ABLP.
The ABLP could pick up at 10?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, okay, so let's look at where we are now.
It's a possibility, but
let's look at where we are. So we've projected 6 so far for the ABLP, 4 for the UPP. So let's be clear. So for our audience, this is crucial. So we've projected 6 at this point for the ABLP, both projected and confirmed. In some cases, there are boxes which have been, counting which has been completed. 4 for the UPP, 1 for the BPM. Again, it's a race to 9. Bertrand Joseph, tell me your initial 9 and the one that you're thinking could also go to the ABLP.
The initial 9 that I was thinking of is the Prime Minister, Robin, Cutie, Matthew, Green, Maria, Joseph, Fernandez, and Melford.
Okay, so that was a 9 you were projecting initially. What's the 10th that you think
Well,
could go?
we still have to watch St. George's as we go into Potters.
Okay.
Because it's still close.
Because I think we needed to see the boxes
we need
from
to see
that last number that we got.
We're going to get another drop from the stats department.
That will give us a better idea.
And I find that your statistical department very conservative.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The stats department, I'm backing them 100%. I'm backing them 100%. They might be a little bit conservative, but I'm backing the stats department 100% in relation to their call. So far, they've been absolutely spot on. It's sometimes better to err on the side of caution. We'll not get one wrong in terms of our stats department. So good job, stats department.
We can't just look at the statistics, but we also have to take into consideration the trends.
In terms of where but then again, we've seen that some things have not gone the way that they've normally gone. So let's see.
Yes.
All right.
But,
but anyway, either way, we're standing by for more projections as we get more numbers coming in. Okay, so you're saying St. George is one to watch.
It is still close.
Okay.
And we're going into Potters, and when I look at the numbers, even if there's a job, it will still bring it pretty close.
Okay, all right. So we'll see how that one pans out. St. George is the largest constituency by numbers of electors in this country. Close to 6,000 electors registered in St. George. So still some way to go on that one. Bertrand Joseph has indicated that his prediction firstly had been 9-6-1-1. 9-6-1-1. Now, these are the latest numbers on St. George, 10 of 17 boxes. And at this point, 53.4% for Algernon Serpent Watts, 1,255. Dean Jonas, 1,065 with 45.4% of the votes. Benjamin Quinlan, 28 votes so far, 1.2% of the votes. Both Sherry-Ann and Bertrand trying to compare notes, I suppose, in terms of looking at how the trends are emerging. Both of them are crunching some numbers on paper, and Peter is crunching numbers on his laptop. It's extraordinary. We're continuing to monitor what's taking place here, but as I said, our stats department are closely following it, and we should tell you that they're guided by the expert opinion of a chartered accountant on the numbers, who also has trend analyses that he's looking on as well. He might be a little bit conservative, but trust me, we won't get one wrong tonight. All right, so let's continue to give you some analysis. Okay, Bertrand is not particularly convinced. Anyway, Bertrand, let's get back to you on this one in relation to where we are now. So you said there could be a 10th. Are you still saying 6 for the UPP?
With a question mark.
So you're saying 6, possibly 5?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. But they wouldn't go up from 6 here. They could possibly come down from 6. Okay. Sherry-Ann, what are your predictions at this point in relation to the final count?
I need to know the box for St. George's.
Okay, we're going to get that within momentarily.
Right, and I need also your statistical department to tell us about All Saints East and St. Luke. I don't know why they're being so conservative.
Okay, all right.
So
Stats Department will be getting, I'm pretty sure they'll be getting to us shortly on that one. Peter, what are your predictions on this one?
No, remember, I've been staying away from calling the numbers because, I mean, we have the information in front of us, so I'm just going with it.
You're not going on to the lip, okay?
I'm comfortable with Mr. Joseph's assessments so far, and he's definitely been spot on, especially as far as the All Saints West call is concerned.
Okay, all right. Just to keep you up to date and just to, okay, we are making another projection within the next few seconds. Take a listen for this one. We're standing by for this projection. ABS Stats Department projects that Charles Max Fernandez will remain as the Member of Parliament for St. John's Rural North. He defeats a challenge from Pearl Quinn Williams of the United Progressive Party and Louis Rivera of the Democratic National Alliance. Charles Max Fernandez remains in Parliament, Member of Parliament-elect, projected as the winner in this seat. We're going to be showing you in a short while a recap of all our projections so far, bearing in mind our recount is continuing in St. John's City East, and why that is the case is because there has been a razor-thin margin in that seat, because Melford Nicholas, the ABLP's incumbent, has held on pretty much only just by 6 votes in that one. Harold Lovelace called for a recount. The stakes are very high for City East because it is a bellwether seat, a weather vane seat, and perhaps it recognizes, or it pretty much is symptomatic of how close things have been in this election compared to, say, 5 years ago. But Melford Nicholas, there you're seeing his supporters jubilant and quite frankly relieved as well with the margin of victory, very, very thin and slim in relation to St. John's City East, but they're recounting as we speak, and if that count stays as is, Melford Nicholas will have beaten Harold Lovell 3 times on the trot. Harold Lovell hoping that the recount will go in his favor. So let's see how that one pans out. We are monitoring that closely and we'll keep you updated on St. John's City East. So this was the number initially. And we had therefore, not only projected, but confirmed 8 out of 8 boxes, 791 for Melford Nicholas, 785 for Harold Lovell, Leon Smith with 13 of those votes. All right, so we will be monitoring that in terms of how the recount is taking place there as we speak. It's a relatively small constituency, so it shouldn't take long, Let's see how that one pans out. All right, Bertrand, let me go down the line in terms of the views here. Which, based on the numbers you're seeing, which has been the biggest swing? Which has been the area of biggest swing for you?
It would look to me that rural east would be the biggest swing. I am not privy to the final score in St. Mary's North.
Okay, but we're going to show, give me 1 second please. We can show you the final numbers. Let's bring that up, the final numbers for St. Mary's North, because all boxes have now been counted in St. Mary's North. We're going to be showing you in a very short while those numbers. There we go. So 16 of 16, 1698 for Sir Malwin Joseph, 1579 for Jonathan Joseph, 28 for Kishon Joseph.
Okay. 16. And the other big swing would be the one in All Saints West. Those are the 2 biggest swings I am seeing. And I think that in St. Mary's North, for some reason, when you look at Sir Malwin, from 1984 till 2014, he was trending upwards. But from 2018 to now, he seems to be trending the other way.
That's Sir Malwin, you say?
Sir Malwin, yes, but he holds on. But in rural East, that was a really big swing. And in All Saints East, no, All Saints West, and also looking at All Saints East and St. Luke, because Pringle was able to extend his lead there quite considerably.
Bearing in mind he won by 10 votes in 2018. All right, there we go.
And don't forget St. Philip South.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying those are the ones with the biggest, biggest swings. Any particular trends that you're seeing in terms of what might have contributed to those seats swinging the way they did?
Well, there were a number of issues. I thought one of the big issues coming towards the end, and I've not heard the discussion, was the whole idea of waiving the work permit fee. And I thought that was giving the opposition, the UPP, a lift when they came out with that. But then that was quickly negated by the decision of the Prime Minister. And there were other issues, but I tend to agree. The whole circumstances surrounding COVID-19 and the way it impacted the economy also had a lot to do with it. Style of leadership as well is coming into question with respect to some of the polling that I hear.
Can we give 1 second, please? Let's look at the update from St. Peter. 6 of 11 boxes, 5 more boxes to go. Asset Michael continues to maintain a sizable lead. Some might argue that it is already an unassailable lead on Roden Turner. Our panel seems to suggest that. Roden Turner, 532. Asset Michael, 1,242. Tevon Harriet of the UPP, 343. Chanel Imhoff on 22 at this point. 6 of 11 boxes. So Asset Michael, 58.1% of the votes, 1,242 votes at this point. Just going back to, let's go to Sherry and Bradshaw now. Do you agree in terms of whether you've seen the biggest swings?
Yes.
Would you agree on those?
I agree.
What in your view would account for this?
Personally, I believe it has a lot to do with how the Gaston Brown perhaps deals with people generally. The electorate has for some time kind of been hinting to him, kind of tone it down a bit, and I don't think that he really listened to the people. So in my estimation, although it does look as if we may still have a Labour Party government, it looks as if the electorate is telling the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party something, and I trust and hope that they listen, and they listen keenly, and they act accordingly.
This is the final numbers, at least the final preliminary numbers. Oxymoronic as that sounds, right? Final preliminary. But anyway, this is the vote from the last box. So 8 of 8 now. pretty much 55% of the vote received by Kelvin Simon. Samantha Marshall, 44.5%, 862. So 1061 for Kelvin Simon, 862 for Samantha Marshall. Andrew Antonio of the DNA getting 12 of those votes. So 8 of 8 boxes. The preliminary count completed, and of course, we already projected that Kelvin Simon, and there you're looking at some images of his celebration. Supporters there flocking Kelvin Sugar Simon in St. Mary's South as they celebrate the victory of his victory here, a first time member of Parliament for St. Mary's South. Of course, there had been controversy about his nomination. It may well emerge as a continuing issue. I'm going to ask Peter on this one, because there were concerns that he was not duly nominated because he was a civil servant at the time of his nomination. What do you think that this will emerge after the fact that he's now won?
Yeah, but let me congratulate him first, because it's significant that not only has he won, but he won in a relatively short space of time, because he hasn't been a candidate for that long. So, and he's also defeated a minister, which I think is significant. No, I've always felt that question of his eligibility was not an issue. Certainly, he has resigned. My understanding is that he's resigned subsequently anyhow. So he can enter Parliament as tomorrow as a person who is no longer a public servant. I read the regulation to suggest that he should not be a public servant and attempt to be elected. And I mean, he's obviously avoided that by not being a public servant when he was elected. The question that we were discussing earlier was the matter of whether he would have breached any of the civil service regulations by being involved in the campaign while he was still a public servant. And while that may be true, he would be subject to discipline within the public service as opposed to being in violation of the law. So I don't think that that's going to go anywhere. I mean, I thought it was a useful challenge, because these things are always good to have them settled and have some kind of a precedent. And my sense that was really never an issue. I don't know if we have an opportunity to look at my swing assessments because we were talking about swings, and it's interesting that I'm seeing the largest swings in St. Philip North and St. Philip South. St. Philip North being the two highest. All Saints West is also at 14 as well now. Those are the highest swings that we're seeing overall, and then there's some smaller ones in some of the other constituencies. St. Peter, of course, is 48, but it's difficult to have a conversation and to include St. Peter in that, because that one is clearly uncharacteristic. But those would have been some of the biggest swings. I don't believe that those two constituencies share infrastructural issues. I don't know, maybe they do, but that could be a conversation with some of the panelists who are, more familiar with the local issues they want to get into. But that's my sense.
Peter, let me ask you to hold that point, please. We're just going back to some of these pictures with Maria Brown, the wife of the Prime Minister and the incumbent candidate for St. John's Rural East, returning to Parliament, Member of Parliament-elect. She is flanked by her supporters, flag-waving supporters of the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party, absolutely jubilant, absolutely euphoric, and Maria Brown there, we'll hear from her in a short while because she did an interview with our news team as well.
I'm overjoyed that I've won my seat, however, a little bit disheartened that I've lost a colleague and friend, Samantha Marshall, but I will be sure to hold it down for the female representation. At this election, that more support was given to our female candidates, even across the board. That would have been something that would have been wonderful to see in a forward step towards gender parity. But overall, I'm elated. I'm very happy. I want to say a special thank you to my team. I have a wonderful team here in St. John's Rural East, a team that has supported me from day one, a team that has been there. Look, they're even here now. It's after 1 a.m. and I'm tremendously happy and grateful to the people of St. John's Rural East for affording me an opportunity again to represent them. And I will do so with pride and honor because I'm very much thankful for the trust that they've put on me yet again. The win was not by the largest margin, as was predicted, but that just goes to show that there is some work to be done, and it will be done. There are some concerns to be addressed, and they will be addressed. And I just want to say again, thank you very much to the people of St. John's Rural East, and I will continue to represent you to the best possible way I can.
All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye.
There you go, hearing from jubilant Maria Brown, of course, speaking with our news team a short while ago after her victory confirmed in St. John's Rural East. Her supporters absolutely beside themselves with glee after having, of course, had earlier in the race, it was tighter than many persons would have expected, given the margin of victory in the last election, but a closer one this time. But as the counting continued, Maria Brown was able to create daylight between herself and Sean Bird. And in the end, a victory for Maria Brown. Comfortable in the end, but not by as big a margin as 2018. Another live shot this time. Here is a live shot from the headquarters of the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party. Supporters of the party there, I'm pretty sure, watching closely our own coverage here on ABS. And in a short while, they'll be seeing, because of the delay, they'll be actually realizing that they are also on cam as well. So, yes, so members of the, I think that they're waving now. So I think that, yes, so we're looking at the Labour Party headquarters, and they're waving to the viewers right across the country and the world. Prime Minister Gaston Brown looking on as well. It'll be interesting when we reach to 9, what the Prime Minister will be saying there in his speech. So we'll keep you across what's taking place at the ABLP's headquarters following the developments here. There you're looking at Caleb Gardner. He was speaking with us earlier on as well. And of course, when you look at the reaction there, how do you read into the body language there of the supporters? Is it nerves? Is it anticipation? Is it anxiety? Is it consternation, perturbation? What is it, Peter?
I think they're trying to do everything with fingers crossed and toes crossed. I think that's basically what you're seeing. No, we went into this exercise, and I think that during the campaign there was a lot of conversation about the fact that the ABLP got jumped. And I think that what you're seeing tonight is consistent with that, where, it looks as though they're winning, but it is a bit of a surprise, and everybody is said fingers and toes crossed. And that's the reality. So we have to see what the reaction is now when Prime Minister Brown speaks. But I get a sense that they will get a signal that, all is not necessarily well. Even though they have a government, essentially they have a chance to fix things. And that's the way I'm seeing it.
Indeed. Sherian, in terms of looking back strategically at the campaign, the UPP would have launched their campaign last year. Of course, they didn't want what happened to them in 2018 to happen to them again, obviously, and so strategically went early in launching their campaign, pretty much being on the hustings for quite some time in anticipation for whether or not something could have happened. Do you think that was to their advantage, and also do you think strategically looking back, the ABLP should have pretty much been on the hustings earlier? Before you respond, I want to go back to some graphics, some results that are coming in at this point. So we're going to be updating our graphics at this point. Here we go. St. John's Rural South, 9 of 11 boxes. Our stats department not in a position at this point yet to make a determination yet. They may in a few minutes, but we'll see. 56.7% for Darrell Matthew. Gladys Potter of the UPP, 42.5%. 867, Tekla Thomas, 11 for the DNA. And with 2 boxes to go, we still haven't found Gail Perry-Weston's vote yet. We're watching for it. All right, St. George, 11 of 17 boxes. Let's see how this one is panning out. Then the gap a little bit narrower. 1,395 for Algernon Serpent Watts. Dean Jonas, 1,212. So roughly 53% for Algernon Watts. Dean Jonas with 46% of the vote. Benjamin Quinlan Jr., 34 votes, 1.3%. 6 boxes to go. And our stats department will be providing us shortly with one of the box drops in terms of one of the box drops in relation to how we're looking for that one. So we're going to be getting a box drop for St. George because both Sherian Brazier and Herbert and Bertrand Joseph especially are eager to know which boxes are left in St. George.
Potters.
That's Potters.
All Potters box.
That's
and
Potters.
You're saying
no, that's Potters.
In general,
imagine it's going to be
how did he do in the last election, D. Jones?
Potters is he got
2,083
and Wenner got 1452.
No, but in Potters, he was reading
But Potters is
193,
his area.
89,
Yeah.
189, 106.
174, 56.
So he should be able
yeah.
to close the gap.
You think he will close the gap?
The gap is going to
Well,
be
we
closed.
will have to see the boxes.
The first
in
two
Potters.
boxes
The
will
first
give
two
us an
boxes will
indication.
tell us, yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll just see how that one pans out in relation to St. George. But because it's such a big constituency, the biggest in terms of number of electors, that's why we have to wait until pretty much closer towards the end of the counting in relation to that one. All right, so St. George is being monitored closely as well. We're going to be reminding you of the projections that we've made so far, both the projections and the confirmations. I was getting to you before we even go back to recapping the confirmations, Sherian, in terms of whether or not strategically you think the ABLP ought to have gone earlier with their campaign instead of waiting pretty much towards the end to kind of ramp up, which the ABLP supporters would call the big red machine. Do you think that they waited a little bit too long to crank it up?
In hindsight, they probably should have, but what I think that they took the electorate for granted, and they took for granted that there was only one UPP candidate in the House of Representatives and probably thought that, okay, then we're fine. Whenever we call the elections, we'll be safe. So, I mean, this is a lesson to all political parties. Do not take the electorate for granted because you never know what can happen when we go to the polls. So I think they should have really capitalized on starting their campaign much earlier than they had. The UPP, again, not wanting to be caught off guard, as in the 2018 elections, started a campaign not knowing for sure when the former Prime Minister would have called the election, but then they had some new candidates. I mean, they had Mr. De Freitas, and I mean, to be honest with you, the City South constituency is so tight-knit and more or less kind of belong to Stedroy QT Benjamin. He has entrenched himself into that constituency that it would have been a difficult leap for Mr. De Freitas coming in at that short period of time to even make a great impact. I must admit I was pleasantly surprised as to the performance of Mr. Brown in St. Philip's North. He did extremely well considering that's a garret for the Labour Party. And Mr. Joseph in the St. Mary's North, he likewise did very well. But I'm extremely proud where Anthony Smith is concerned, the first time ever getting involved into elected politics, and he more or less just cancelled Michael Brown.
Okay, we're going to talk about more tactics, strategy, and so on. We're going to get that. But first, let's focus on the race to 9 for the time being. Race to 9, all right? We're still not yet at 9.
Yep.
In 2018, by this time, we've known who would won the election a long time before now, in 2018. This time, as a barometer of how close things are, we do not know at this hour who's reached 9 just yet. All right. So this is the drop that was made by our stats department. St. George, ladies and gentlemen, St. George. So far, let's confirm there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 boxes in St. George.
Wow.
17, okay?
And how many of those boxes are in Potters?
Good. So let's come to that. So Potters has 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I'm seeing here. 8.
In Potters, 4?
In Potters. I'm seeing 4.
In Potters, 4?
Right.
No, 8.
No.
Okay,
that would include
Sonova Richards.
Yes,
it's my bad.
right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because it's 8. So
Okay.
1, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there are 8 Potters, okay? So we have just reached 2 of the Potters 8. So there's 6 more Potters to come.
Okay. Wow.
6 more Potters.
Okay.
Okay. So let's give you a drop on this one, right? So as we said, there are 8 boxes from Potters. We've just reached 2 already. These are the 2 that we have the numbers for. Let's see if Dean Jonas runs up his numbers in Potters as our erudite, esteemed statistician panelists are able to tell us. Their numbers wonks, right? So, this is polling division C. This is A to B. A to B, that's Potters Primary School. Dean Jonas, 158. Benjamin Quinlan, 2. Algernon Serpent Watts, 105. So 158 to 105. That's the first Potters box. C to E, Potters Primary School. This one much closer. 147 Jonas, 6 Quinlan, 140 for Algernon Serpent Watts. There are 6 more Potters boxes to come. 6 more. Bertrand Joseph, tell me, you're saying?
No, he's not running up the numbers here.
You think he should go much faster?
Yeah, he's slipping it.
He actually slipped according from the 2018 statistics.
Okay, all right. So he won the first one 158 to 105, the second one 147 to 140, so very, very much closer. Razor thin there on the second Potters box. So 6 more to come. That's boxes E to H.
This is how much he had in 2018.
We also have I to K, L to M, N to Q, R to S, and the final one as well. So 6 more Potters boxes to come. We shall see how that one pans out in St. George. 6 more, as we said, 11 of 17, and the lead pretty much closing down a little bit more, or narrowing a bit. But is it going to narrow fast enough for Dean Jonas, the incumbent, to be able to recover? Because so far, we've had a significant lead throughout the night for Algon and Cypress Ross. Let's look at St. John's Rural West now. 4 more boxes to go. 13 of 17. Richard Lewis of the UPP, 53.6%, 1,447. Gail Christian, 44.2% of the votes, 1,195. And Anderson Carty, independent candidate, 37. Stephen Richardson of the DNA, 23. So in the mini race, in the secondary race in this one, between Anderson Carty and Stephen Richardson, Anderson Carty is taking the lead, 37. The Stephen Richards, 23. But in the other race, the top of the table race, Richard Lewis ahead of Gail Christian in that one. 4 more boxes to come. Let me see quickly if I have that one in terms of this drop. I do have the boxes for St. John's Rural West. Here goes. So we did say there are 4 more to come. Okay, I have up to number 14. That's 5. I have up to at least 11. So here goes. Let me just run through them very quickly. This is polling station A to B in St. John's Catholic, 132. Okay, my bad. My bad. Sorry. I was looking at Rural East instead of Rural West. My bad. Let me just confirm quickly in terms of that one. I'm checking quickly to see if I got that in the drop. Yes, I do. Right, so this is Rural West. Okay, so St. John's Rural West, A to B, this is at Temple Academy, 80 for Gail Christian, 0 for Stephen Richardson, Richard Lewis, 82. C to D, St. Anthony's Church, Christian Street, Gail Christian, 72, 3 for Stephen Richardson, Richard Lewis, 87. E to G, this is at Nazarene Church, Grace Farm Main Road, Gail Christian, 57, Stephen Richardson, 3, Richard Lewis, 92. H to I, exhibition, the Multipurpose Exhibition Center, Gail Christian, 80, Stephen Richardson, 4, Richard Lewis, 125. K to M, Multipurpose, Gail Christian, 83, 0 for Stephen Richardson, 102 for Richard Lewis. Also at Multipurpose, N to R, Gail Christian, 77, Stephen Richardson, 2, Richard Lewis, 90. S to Z, also at Multipurpose, 93 for Gail Christian, 3 for Stephen Richardson, 128 for Richard Lewis. Then we go on to Green Bay Primary School. Green Bay Primary, this is polling division B, A to B, Green Bay Primary, Gail Christian, 119, Stephen Richardson, 2, Richard Lewis, 155. So these are the numbers that we have. Certainly not up to 13 there in terms of this box drop, but this was up to at least the first 4, 6, 8, 9, the first 9 of the boxes here for this one. But in all of those, Richard Lewis, let me see, he's won all those boxes. Yes, he's won all of the first at least 7 boxes there in this one. Actually 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Stand by for another projection from the ABS Stats Department. ABS projects Darrell Matthew remains Member of Parliament for St. John's Rural South. The incumbent ABLP candidate is now back in Parliament. Member of Parliament elect, he remains the representative in the nation's legislature for St. John's Rural South. We'll tell you the numbers in a short while. In fact, we will be showing, the next graphic will be the numbers for St. John's Rural South. We'll get that for you very shortly so you see the margin there in that constituency. But he never seemed to have any doubt from box 1. He was always leading in that seat. And so despite a bit of a spirited challenge from Gladys Potter, Rural South remains in the red column. These are the, well, actually there's 1 box to go, 10 of 11. Darrell Matthew with 57%, 57% of the votes, 1,285. Gladys Potter, 953. Tekla Thomas, 12. Gail Perra Weston, if she doesn't get one vote in the last box, what happened to her vote?
She's there,
And
that's
W
the
is like the PRW, Peru Western.
The last box? Okay.
Yes.
All right. No, I think she lives in that constituency. Because when we interviewed her, she said she lives in that constituency.
It's the last box.
Okay, all right, the last one, because of her last name. All right, let's see. All right. So Gail Pearl Weston at least guaranteed one vote. At least guaranteed one vote, which will come in the last box. But as I said, projected winner, Darrell Matthew, 57% of the votes. 1,285. So we'll be showing you how we are stacking up in terms of the numbers at this point. Remember, it's a race to 9. 9 gets you the government. So let's, our stats department will be showing us again where we are with the numbers from beginning. Okay, let's go. From the projected and confirmed winners. Here are they. In St. John's City West, Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister, 2/3 winner, easily defeating Alistair Thomas. 1,295 to 621. Jamel Knight, 18. Then St. John's City East. So far, our understanding is that the recount is progressing in the same manner of the initial count. No change in the numbers. Remember, it's a 6-vote margin between Melford Nicholas and Harold Lovell. And based on the boxes, our last check was that they had completed 2 boxes. The numbers, there were no changes in those numbers. St. John City South, Steadroy Benjamin, easily defeating France de Freitas. 64.1% of the votes. Roland Timothy with 11, France de Freitas, 35.1%. Then we go next to, that's one still in play, not projected yet. We move on, 14 of 17. Darrell Matthew, St. John's Rural South, the winner in that constituency. Maria Brown, St. John's Rural East, 54.6, almost 55% of the votes. All 15 boxes counted, 1790 to 1439. In the end, it was more comfortable than it looked earlier on in the counting. Then, Charles Max Fernandez, St. John's Rural North, 53% of the votes. All 12 boxes counted. 1563 to 1358, Louis Rivera with 35. Sir Malwin Joseph in St. Mary's North. This was being closely watched. Sir Malwin prevailed in the end, but it was a close one. He won by over 100 votes. In St. Mary's South, the other St. Mary's constituency, it has now been flipped from red to blue. Kelvin Simon secures victory, 55% of the votes. 1061 to 862, Andrew Antonio with 12 votes. Jamal Pringle, All Saints East and St. Luke, retaining the seat. He came close to losing in 2018, but now he has opened up a commanding lead. All 14 boxes counted, and his win was not even close. All Saints West flipped from red to blue. Anthony Smith, over 58% of the votes. 1829. Dr. Michael Brown, 1272. Anthony Stewart, 31. Two more boxes to be counted. So Robin Earwood manages to stave off a very strong challenge from the UPP's Alex Brown. 708 to 614. Maria Thomas with 18, all 6 boxes counted. So Robin is heading back to the nation's legislature for his 11th straight victory. St. Philip South flipped from red to blue. Sherfield Bowen, all 5 boxes, 60% of the votes. Lennox Weston with 37.1%, 582 to 360. Joan Messiah with 28, the leader of the DNA. Bermdua, 58% of the vote for Trevor Walker, 42.2% for Nacinter Ned, All 4 boxes counted. Trevor Walker remains in Parliament. He will continue to represent the people of the Sister Isle in the nation's legislature. So this is where we are. The seat count. Remember, it's a race to 9. We're at 8 for the ABLP. They are 1 away from securing the or from retaining the government of the country. 8 for the ABLP, 4 for the UPP, 1 for the BPM. St. Peter still being counted, but a commanding lead for Asap Michael in that one. Remember, Bertrand Joseph and Donna Shire had predicted 9-6-1-1. They're very close at this point. They seem to be still on course for that, but Bertrand says actually it could be 10-5-1-1. So, Bertrand, how are you looking? Are you still, which one are you leaning to? 9-6-1-1 or 10-5-1-1?
The safest one is going to be 9-6-1-1. But the St. George's is still in play. Another two boxes will give us an indication as to how this is going to really go down.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how D. Jonas will be hoping that the other 6 Potters boxes will come in his favor enough for him to overhaul the lead that Algernon Serpent Watts has had in that constituency of St. George, the largest constituency in the country of the 17. All right. So, Peter, you have been keeping your powder dry. You've not been going on the limb. As time has passed, and as we get farther from midnight and farther into Thursday morning, are you now willing to go out on a limb, Peter?
No, but I mean, it's either 9 or 10. Which
one are you going with?
I'm basically following the distinguished panelists. No, I mean, I'm thinking that St. Paul's will be called shortly. I'm not quite sure why it hasn't, which gives you your 9. And then, that doesn't give you my 9? So then we have to look at St. George.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have St. Paul without it being called.
So
That's
it's
my
4,
8.
5, 6, 7.
No, you're not counting something.
And then 9. So all of these are not.
We're at 8 at this point. We projected 8 for the ABLP.
Right.
So another one gives them the government.
So I'm saying then the other one you're giving is Paul. St. Paul would be the 9. And then St. George is basically would be the 10 if St. George comes around. So I think I'm happy with the number 10. I think I'm happy with the number 10. Yeah, so that would be this is my final offer.
Okay, our stats department not yet willing to call St. Paul. 9 of 11 boxes counted. 55% lead for EP Chet Green, 1060 to Cleon Attiels, 859. Gamil Joyce has so far secured 17 votes. 9 of 11 boxes, 2 more boxes to come in this one. All right, so sorry. Algernon Serpent Watts, 11 of 17, so we're still at where we were earlier. 6 more boxes to come. They're all from Potters, so we will be ensuring that we'll follow that very closely in terms of where we are. So this is where we are at this point. 8 ABLP, 4 UPP, and the others are in play. Oh, sorry, and 1 BPM. 8 ABLP, 4 UPP, 1 BPM, the others are in play. St. Peter, so we're at, let's go full screen on St. Peter. Let's see how that one is shaping up. I'm not sure if there's actually been another adjustment in relation to the numbers. Still 5 boxes to go. 58.1, so no change so far yet. So we're still waiting some more numbers on St. Peter.
Yeah, but it's not going to change.
58.1%, 25% for Rawdon Turner. Tyrone Harriet with 16%, Chanel Imhoff with 1% of the votes with 22. Peter.
Yeah, no, I was saying while we were waiting for the Stats Department to give us St. Paul so that we can call the election. No, we were having an interesting conversation earlier about timing, and I wanted to offer an opinion in relation to timing. The situation with COVID was that there was a COVID period when it was safe to call the elections. Do we have a call?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
We're standing by for another projection. If this projection comes from the Stats Department, we can declare that there has been a winner of the election in the first past the post system. Not a projection yet. We're awaiting the projection. So let's look back at what we just had in terms of the figures for St. Paul. We'll put that on the graphic for St. Paul and show you this now. We just showed you a while ago, so we'll get back that up. One box to go in St. Paul. Here we go with the figures, not a projection yet. 53%, 1,142 for EP Check Green, 53% of the vote. Cleon Attil, 990, 46% of the votes. The DNA's Gamil Joyce with 26, one box remaining. Our Stats Department continuing to check on the numbers. We'll follow up in terms of the last box. So, we're awaiting the information in relation to this one. All right, we're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we'll do some other adjustments to our panel as we get ready to get closer towards 9 and an indication of who will be the government in a new term tomorrow. Let's take a quick break. You're in tune with Decision 2023. The nation votes in the 16th general election since universal adult suffrage. Back after this. Thank you so much for staying with us for this marathon.
Date has been announced.
January 18, 2023.
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any forum and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride.
Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair, ABS, your election headquarters.
Let's get social. We're ready to connect with you. Find us on Facebook. Do you tweet? We do. Send us a tweet. Connect with us on Instagram. Keep up to date with news and more at www.abstvradio.com.
The date has been announced.
January 18, 2023.
53 candidates have been nominated.
We have the runs in the board, man. We have worked hard. And we can stand up in any fora and defend our stewardship. And we can do so with pride.
Brothers and sisters, redemption is at hand. Time is now. Let us move together with the United Progressive Party.
DNA is the best choice on election day.
And electors are ready to make their decision. ABS is your election headquarters on TV, on radio, and online. This is Decision 2023. No holds barred interviews with the candidates, election officials, pollsters, and pundits. Plus extensive coverage on election day, from the opening of the polls to the announcement of the results. First, factual, fair. ABS, your election.
Come back. Thank you so much for staying with us right here on Decision 2023. Antiguans and Barbudans have voted in the general elections in 2023, the 16th since universal adult suffrage, and now the votes are being tallied, still being counted, and we still, at this point, do not know who has reached 9 yet. The ABLP is closest. It is on 8 seats, and it is eyeing this one, St. Paul, where EP Chet Green, the incumbent ABLP candidate, is 1,142 votes, 53% of the votes. To Cleon Atiel's 990, 46% of the votes. Gamil Joyce on 26 votes, 1.2% of those votes. 1 box remaining. So we shall see how this one pans out. But if the incumbent is able to maintain his lead in this one, then the ABLP returns and retains the government. It's as simple as that. We're also tracking St. George, where there is a lead for Algon and Serpent Watts, but the other boxes, the 6 other boxes, which are now being counted, I'm pretty sure that we should be getting some new numbers shortly. In fact, we're still at 11 of 17, so based on our numbers. So the other 6 boxes are from areas that traditionally support the ABLP disproportionately more than the other parties. So we shall see if Dean Jonas performs well enough in those boxes to be able to overcome and overturn the lead that Algernon Serpent Watts has. He had led by more earlier, so his lead has been narrowed somewhat. 6 more boxes to go, so this is one to watch. The largest constituency in the country by registered electors. All right, so back with us on this panel now. I've made a few changes to our panel, a few substitutions. In football, we call it substitutions, right? Brought on some star strikers. All right, so joining us again is Donna Shoya, and joining us as well is Darren Matthew Ward. Darren, welcome to the panel. Great discussion earlier with the Sky panel.
Thank you.
How do you see this one?
Well, there are 2 things that I felt comfortable with based on my conversations with Peter on my program on Twin Island Media, and also knowing about the Don Anderson poll, was that this was the Labour Party's election to lose. In other words, it was likely that the Labour Party was going to retain the government, albeit by a narrower margin, right, or a slim margin. And that is what it appears to be unfolding right now, a manifestation of that. I remember in having several conversations with members, my friends within the Labour Party, especially within the last 2 weeks, it was clear that the United Progressive Party's campaign had gained momentum. The reactions on social media, the feedback, just the engagement. And I asked, my friends, hey, do you guys see that there is a swing? I think there was a conclusion that there was a swing, but most were not satisfied, or were satisfied that it wasn't a swing sufficient to dislodge the incumbent.
And that's essentially what appears to be happening. I think we're 1 seat off, right?
From getting to the 9.
Right, from getting to the 9. And so it is more or less holding true. And what was interesting, I find, that the country there was just this air of quiet. Air of quiet. Normally, I mean, in 2004, you knew what was going to go on. 2009, same thing. 2014, the reverse, but you knew. In 18? This one was very dicey. You just didn't know. It's almost as though voters held their cards close to their vest. Right? That's the expression?
Or chest.
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 Okay. Right.
Yes. You were close.
Yeah. And so what I'm seeing now is, all right, this is why. And we haven't, Peter, I'm sorry Peter is not here, but the turnout.
He's still here, but he's
here,
going to rejoin us. Yes.
Yes. The turnout. It will be interesting to see what the turnout eventually was. The anecdotal information was that the turnout was low. And so the question that I had in my mind was, is this Labour Party supporters staying away? Or is this United Progressive Party supporters staying away? It kind of appears as though it seems like a lot of Labour Party supporters may have stayed away, at least just looking at the results. Peter, of course, I'm sure will share some of those numbers once he crunches his numbers to see what the turnout was in each constituency. But clearly, we're going to see a continuation of an ALP-led government, unless something major happens between now and another, half an hour or so. And Prime Minister Brown is going to have to ask himself some hard questions about how he's going to lead this country and lead his party over the next 5 years. Given this shellacking, I think is a term that Obama used famously back in his first midterm election.
Perhaps not a shellacking, because they would not have lost, but in other words, it perhaps is a wake-up call.
It's a wake-up call.
Yes.
It's a wake-up call. Well, knowing him, and considering that he made it clear that he was going to get 17-0, in his view, and from what I gather from one or two of my friends who spoke to him, he's not a happy camper. I mean, I wouldn't be a happy camper if I were in his shoes. So, yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to hear what the Prime Minister, how he frames the discussion. As I said, we're still waiting to reach 9. And if we're waiting on that all-important box in St. Paul, if E.P. Green maintains his advantage there, then, of course, the government is retained by the ABLP. If he doesn't, and if Cleon Attil overturns that one, then we're in a very interesting situation there. We then have to turn to St. George to see what the situation is there, to see whether or not Algernon Serpent Watts is able to keep his advantage, or whether Dean Jonas is able to overhaul that deficit that he has had pretty much the entire night. This is still 11 of 17, so 6 more, and they're all from Potters, where the ABLP is traditionally stronger, but will he perform well enough? That's the question that analysts are asking. Will Dean Jonas perform well enough to be able to overhaul that advantage here?
I'm curious to know what the Joseph on our panel thinks.
We're gonna come to the Joseph.
You ran in that same constituency, not so?
No, you were in St. Mary's.
Yes. I mean, yet another Joseph. There's only one other name representing that constituency, and apart from that, all Josephs. All Josephs. All right, Donna. Before I come to Mr. Joseph, what are your views on what would have fed into this? You touched on it before. I mean, when you were on in previous stints, but what would have led to obviously the disaffection at some point?
That is exactly
and some might even say the disenchantment. However you want to frame it, obviously there is something that would have led voters to vote in a particular way. So what in your view would have fed into
I
this?
think disaffection is the word that comes to mind. I think that there is an onus on the sitting government to deliver certain expectations to its constituents, to the residents. And as Andy repeated, things were going smoothly, or I should say things were going on an incline, things were going up in 2019, and then came the pandemic. People do not play with their money, with their finances, with their ability to continue to live a quality and standard of life. And so even though it was outside of the government's power to control an unseen, invisible, deleterious, deadly virus, and although the government actually handled and managed the COVID and the economy, there were no significant job losses from the public sector. But there is no way that the private sector, particularly the tourism industry, could have insulated itself from the effects of the pandemic, nor could the government do anything about that. I think that the opposition exploited the emotions and sought to insert a rhetoric and a dialogue into the discussion. We would have heard of stimulus, we would have heard, that there's no help, and, I think that this affection started and ran parallel with the pandemic. However, I started by saying that the sitting government has a greater burden to carry, and we saw that in 2009. Because the UPP also got similar results in 2009 when they didn't even know whether they won or they lost, to the point where they behaved like they lost when they actually won.
And some seats had to go to court, right?
But I also think, and I think Sherry-Ann alluded to it, that I think the ALP really started its campaign a bit late. And I think that was because its performance was so strong, particularly with the infrastructure developments that took place. We had the university, and I'm surprised at how Rural West, I'm surprised at those results, given that that section of the economy stands to benefit more than anywhere else, given what is the explosion that will happen there. But we saw housing, we saw education, we saw infrastructure, we saw, again, the Bermdua rescue and the Bermuda's rebuilding, and, the whole change of the way things will be in Bermuda. So yes, there was a bit of hesitancy to start that campaign. I think the Labour Party supporters were actually calling for the big red machine to be cranked up. UPP had a handicap. However, I need to address Don Anderson's claim that the lack of competence, let's just use the word, and skill sets or reputation or leadership reputation of the candidates of the UPP. He said that it ricocheted. I am not so sure, or backfired, whichever one. I think that it was Hobson's choice. And given that the electorate felt disaffected, and that is how they can show their disaffection, by doing it at the polls. And people will hold on to a sentiment, I guess, even sometimes without weighing the consequences, just to satisfy that, you know what, I am going to wait on election day to really mark it down with my X. And I think this is a bit of what we're seeing. But let me just continue just a little more to say. I've sat on this panel, this is probably my 4th cycle. And I've been advocating election cycle after election cycle. There needs to be a leadership institute across the Caribbean. Because to go even into the public service, you need to have a minimum of certain subjects. You don't just get up and stand up here and be as awesome as you are just by walking in off the street. You wouldn't send someone to come and wire up this place who is not an electrician. You wouldn't even give a plumber a job to do because he can cut a piece of PVC. And I think the time has come that there must be some minimum standards set so that we keep mediocrity and disrepute and, incompetence a safe distance from the leadership of our government. We now have a university, and I'm hoping that they will take on a leadership course. I'm not talking about that you have to totally remake someone, because if someone is not a leader or a politician, it's hard. But at least ethics, morals, certain basic things. You really can't fix grammar if you don't have that. And you know, sometimes when we hear some of these so-called leaders speak, you hold your breath, because you wonder if we were to send them out there in the international arena, would we be embarrassed as a people? So I'm just taking the opportunity again, based on his remarks about the quality of the candidates, that we ought not to be debating this going forward, regardless of which political divide we select our candidates from.
Do you think, before I come to Bertrand, and before I know you have another point, Darren, do you think that there was an expectation by the ABLP that the messaging and the narrative that the UPP candidates were weak and tepid, and in some cases the ABLP had argued that they were rather insipid, and were questioning how on earth could Harold Lovell choose those candidates? Do you think that they believe that this would have resonated more with the electorate?
Well, I believe
was it putting too much weight on that issue when the electorate didn't really think about that?
I believe that whether or not the ABLP articulated it, that to me, I'm speaking from my personal point of view now, I would be a lot more discerning when I'm choosing someone to lead me. And I would think that the general electorate would have done that. But then everybody's standard and measurement is not a tape measure where 12 inches is 1 foot. You know, everybody's measuring cup is different when it comes to anything that is intangible or emotional. But I do believe that, this is just a belief, that the ABLP, particularly the Prime Minister, knowing how driven he is for performance, for success, for delivery, that he would expect that here am I bringing in these RO plans to deal with our water. We have all these smooth roads we never had before, a building over Bermdua again. We now have a university where we didn't have one. We have all these polyclinics. We have the Harrison Center. We have housing to bang dog. And still, the people have decided, look, there is some disconnect. Now, others would have referred to the Prime Minister's, let's just say, his casual way of dealing with some things. And to me, that's a two-way. You're damned if you don't, you're damned if you do. Because if you behave too aloof and too out of touch and too arrogant, then people say, what you go on with? Just because you be Prime Minister, he can't come down now, because he's a man who's accustomed to playing dominoes on the block, you know, and being ordinary, to feel that sense of, and we saw that disaffection happen with the former Minister of Finance, which is where he would have gotten his thrashing from City East, not continuing to interact with his people the way he's accustomed to. So I think maybe the Prime Minister, whilst we don't see him behaving casually, or we don't expect that he's going to behave casually when he is representing us on an international basis. We're normally very proud of him, we're so congratulatory, you know, but at home, I mean, if he tends to tell you, well, look, if you come to space, I'm going to have to defend myself. You're the one who said that.
Yeah. We're going to come to that. We're going to come, let me let Darren finish his point, and then I want to come to Bertrand with a point about, which you touched on, about the developments that the Prime Minister and his administration would have spoken about, the infrastructural developments, the economic recovery from COVID, and how much of a role was this expected to have played in people's minds and thinking. We're going to come to that.
If you just
Please, just very quickly, and then I'm going to
I think the rhetoric and the propaganda and stuff played, because UPP had a longer time to get that so established into people's minds, you know, that he's doing this, he did the global ports, he's taking up the people land at Booby Alley, there were protests. There was a lot of resistance along the way. And I think the people galvanized themselves around the resistance, particularly that August 8, they made a real big emotional drama.
But before you come back in, Darren, let me please say this one. ABS can confirm that in St. John's City East, the recount has been completed. Melford Nicholas remains the winner in that one. No change in the numbers. He wins by 6 votes, 791 to 785. Melford Nicholas returns to the legislature to be the representative of St. John's City East in Parliament. Melford Nicholas, 3 times, a three-peat for Melford Nicholas in St. John's City East, defeating a spirited challenge from Harold Glover, much closer this time. And whereas we came 10 votes separated 2 candidates in 2018, 6 votes have separated 2 candidates in 2023. Melford Nicholas, he would say, I'm sure, a win is a win is a win, whether it's by 6, 60 or 600. But either way, he continues to be the representative. Member of Parliament-elect Melford Nicholas, recount completed in St. John's City East. His supporters relieved and jubilant. The ABLP continues to be on 8 seats. And in the ones that we're watching, Rural West, where the UPP is leading. St. Paul, where the ABLP is leading. We'll have St. George, where the candidate for the UPP, Algernon Serpent Watts, is leading. We have an update now, 12 boxes counted of 17. The lead by Algernon Serpent Watts down a bit to 52.3%. It was 52.9% roughly the last time. It's down to 52.3%. Dean Jonas, 46.3%. 1554, 1374. 5 boxes are left. They're all from Potters. This one is being watched very, very closely. Benjamin Quinlan, 41 votes in that constituency. St. George, 5 more boxes to go. We're awaiting the last box being counted in St. Paul. And if EP Chet Green retains his lead, the ABLP retains government. It's as simple as that. And then we then focus on what happens in St. George, as well as Rural West, where the UPP is leading. A very strong commanding lead for Richard Lewis in Rural West. St. Peter, a commanding lead for the independent candidate Asot Michael. You're looking now at St. John's Rural West, 14 of 17 boxes. 53.5% lead for 53.5% of the votes for Richard Lewis, 44.3% for Gail Christian, 40 votes for Anderson Carter, the independent candidates, 25 for the independent candidate, and 25 for Stephen Richardson, who is the DNA's candidate. 6 of 11 boxes in St. Peter. Asot Michael continues to lead, 58.1% of the votes, 1242. To 24.9%, 25% of the votes for Rawdon Turner, 532, 16% of the votes for Tivon Harriet, 343, Chanel Imhoff with 22. 5 more boxes to go in St. Peter. A very strong lead for Asot Michael. So it comes down to, for the ABLP, 2 seats which they have, well, one of them which they have a lead in, and all they have to do is to maintain that lead and they win the government. And another seat which they are competitive in, behind but competitive, given where the other boxes are coming from. So that's where we are at this point. 4 more seats in play and still being counted. All right, sorry, you were making a point. It's been a little bit wild, Darren.
I wanted to ask my esteemed colleague to my left a question. You referred to, if I may, immediate left. Immediate left. If you could just a quick answer. You referred to the opposition taking advantage of certain situations and using rhetoric to influence and persuade the voting public. But in all fairness, that's what an opposition is supposed to do, is it not? Yeah, that's the job of an opposition. That's what they did. That's what I'm saying.
Its rhetoric certainly implies that there is a certain amount of vacuousness and nebulousness, not necessarily substance-filled.
Well,
because you make up
you may say that, but the voters may not look at it that way.
You could argue that it's real politics.
It's real politics.
Because it's sentimental, it's emotional.
Fair enough, and that's politics.
Some things are tangible, right? Like the water situation for sure. But there are other things that you can play around, like how wealthy somebody is, and you go down that line and you build, try to.
Fortunately, unfortunately, that's politics. But there's another thing that may very well be the focus of post-election discussion. And that is, the Prime Minister had until March to call this election. He called it in December, said it was going to be January 18th. January is usually a difficult month.
The people got 3 salaries. People got affected with 3
Exactly.
salaries in a month.
Right. In addition to that,
public service.
You call it just before the Christmas break. The religious community, you know, makes some noise, and you essentially suspend your campaign for a week. So you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. And then coming down to the wire, you have this massive motorcade, which was seemingly, from an optic standpoint, successful, right? But then because of that and the timing of it and the tightness of the schedule, you had to cancel an event. And this was not the first event. If I'm not mistaken, there were at least 2 or 3 events that were cancelled. So as I looked at the campaign objectively, I thought to myself, well, why did the Prime Minister put his own party in that position of essentially short-changing it of these opportunities to engage and to convince and to essentially crank up the big red machine? So
let me ask you.
You essentially gave, from a time perspective, seemingly gave his party less time.
In our colloquial, we say give them a handicap.
But why?
But Darren, so in your view, and by the way, we're standing by to make another ABS projection in another few seconds. Please stand by for another ABS projection.
Yeah.
This projection could have implications for who is the government of Antigua Barbuda tomorrow. It is coming up. Actually today. ABS projects, not this one just yet, but we're coming up with a graphic shortly. We've already projected St. John's Rural South. But stand by. A projection is imminent. As they say, wait for it, it's coming. Stats Department, just dotting the I's, crossing the T's. The time?
10 minutes to 3.
10 minutes to 3. So at 10 minutes to 3 on Thursday, ABS projects that EP Chet Green is the winner in St. Paul. And therefore, the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party retains the government of Antigua and Barbuda, and it will be sworn, Prime Minister Gaston Brown will be sworn in for a new term in office later on today. EP Chet Green at 10 with 10 boxes, still 10 boxes, but we're projecting that he wins, defeating Cleon Atiel's spirited challenge. 1142 at 10 boxes of 11, 1142 to 990. Gamil Joyce with 26 of those votes. Therefore, we have a winner of the election. The Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party retains the government, but by a significantly smaller majority. All right, so that projection takes us to, finally, at close to 3 o'clock, a winner of the election. It has been so close, extraordinarily close. I'm going to take you back up on that point, Darren, but I want to go back to a point. Right, I was going to ask you, in your view, and in the views of the individuals with whom you've been speaking, for example, in the ABLP, what would have been a better time, if not now, if not January 18, what would have been a better time to have called it, to have been more advantageous to the ABLP?
Not January. January, there was not sufficient time in order to prosecute an effective campaign or to crank up the big red machine, so to speak, as it was alluded to earlier during the course of our discussion. Ms. Shire mentioned that, you know, in terms of cranking up the machine, it just never seemed to get fully cranked. It didn't seem that way. By the admission of my friends in the party, the United Progressive Party appeared to have better organized events, social media engagement and interaction. And so the perception in the minds of the public, and you could just look at it and see, that the momentum was shifting. You know, at the end of the day, one could argue maybe if it took longer, the Labour Party might have lost even more. So
and that's also
a risk.
Yes,
it's a risk,
yes.
And so he would have taken a calculated, because he said so on my program. He will call the date when he believes it is most advantageous to his party, which is of course
what every prime minister
any prime minister will do.
Right.
So I can't fault him for that. Obviously, we can't fault him for that. But and of course, in hindsight, it's always easy to poke holes.
2020, hindsight is always 2020.
So I don't envy him, but I never thought, I honestly never thought that January was the best time. Because January is just generally a difficult month, and February even, or early March.
Some people would argue money would run out for some people in that time.
And so I wonder if that was a part of the calculus.
Well,
I didn't have enough money in the war chest, so therefore
there you go. No, money in terms of people's pockets, not necessarily for government, in people's pockets. But let's see. Let me hear it.
Global predictions that we're going to have higher cost of living.
And a third of the world will be in a recession.
The world is going to be in a recession. My guess is that having decided to pay up the back pay for public servants and to try to pay some of the outstanding creditors after the pandemic that he could not pay, and with all of the other projects that would have come on board, I think that he thought, look, Christmas is a feel-good time, and if people are not going to have a bad Christmas, and if I can give some back pay and people are feeling a bit comfortable financially, they can make their children feel a little better than they did before. Let me, like what you said is right, Darren. He probably did not anticipate the pushback from the Christian society. I didn't even consider that. But it's around Christmas time, and you do have to put a pause and just for everything when it comes around Christmas time.
Fair enough.
But as you said, in hindsight, he probably, but it could have been a risk, could have chanced it a little further down, and yet maybe he didn't want to appear to be a little like the other prime minister who was moving the date from his back pocket to his front pocket to his right pocket, and have a kind of fatigue on the convention. And I think that already there was some anticipation by the public. How come you're not calling it yet? So maybe there might have been a little pressure on him to call it, and maybe just January could have been a date that, let me call it now, before the world hits a decline, tourists stop coming, because tourism is the first thing that gets affected when people don't travel.
Don, let me get in Bertrand in this. I kind of prepped him for the question, so he's had a long time to think about it. Well, think about the hint of the question I was coming to. The government Prime Minister Brown has always indicated that the government under his administration successfully steered the country through the COVID-19 pandemic, positioned the country for a pretty strong and robust post-pandemic recovery, such that last year there was growth of 8.3% according to ECCB figures, 8.5% if you check the ECLAC figures. This year expected to grow by around about 8% on the back of significant foreign direct investments, on the back of as well strong construction activity, imports, aggregate demand going strong. Why would that, in the view of the ABLP, not have been a good selling point when you add to that road construction, the UE5 Islands campus, port, $500 million invested in both cruise and cargo port facilities, housing developments? Why would it have not thought that, well, this should really get any incumbent government re-elected on a platter? What went wrong? In other words, where was the disconnect between those seemingly strong economic outturns, economic developments,
tangible,
and indeed tangible, and people's view and people's feeling? In other words, why would there have been some such disaffection given that there were these developments taking place, which were, on the face of it, dispassionately and objectively, quite transformative? UE5 Islands, pretty strong. cargo and cruise port, not only economic growth you're talking about, because there's a difference between economic growth and economic development. So those things are going to inure to economic development. In other words, positioning the country to be able to expand its absorptive capacity, the absorptive capacity of the economy, and to be strong. Why was there a disconnect?
It is interesting when you look at it, because you talk about the cruise port and you talk about the growth.
Okay, could I ask you to hold the point, please, Bertrand? So sorry to do this to you, but it seems as if we're going to be getting some audio from Prime Minister Brown as he's addressing. There we go. Let's go to the audio.
We give thanks. You know, I've always said to our people that we must always give thanks, no matter how small the blessing. And I see this decision as a blessing upon the people of Antigua and Barbuda. It will give my institution, my government, the opportunity to realign, but at the same time, it will also create the opportunity for fresh talent. Truth be told, whenever you try to remove incumbents, it's always very difficult. So when you remove incumbents, then it creates a space so we can bring in new talent into the organization, new talent into the government. So we do not see this as a bad thing per se, we see it as an opportunity at the same time. However, I want to thank those, my colleagues who would have served this country well during the last 8 years, and of course we'll continue to stand by them. So we will not leave them out in the cold. But at the same time, I'm saying what may be considered to be a disappointment could create the opportunity for renewal. I would have signaled to our people early in the year that the Labour Party needs fresh legs, needs new talent. That is reality. And truth be told, after 2 terms, some ministers become lethargic. They don't have the will to fight. And one of our problems too, outside of the issues of COVID and climate change, the escalation in prices, one of our issues was the fact that some of our colleagues didn't have the energy to mobilize. You could have seen it at our events. It is something that the leadership discussed. But that is hindsight. But in any case, it will be an example for new leadership to ensure that no matter what, if you're given 2 terms, you're going for 3rd term, you have to put in the same energy as in your 1st term and your 2nd term. You cannot take the decision that because you're an incumbent and that you may have, let's say, challengers who may not have the experience, the competence, and integrity, you cannot take them for granted. And that is precisely what would have happened. I know that there's some who will try to demonize the leader. But I say to you that we have polled empirically that Gaston Brown is still the best leader in this country up to today. And I will also say here too, that wherever I need to realign, I shall realign. I am not perfect, but at the same time, Gaston Brown is an asset to the leadership of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party and this country. And I will continue to serve you faithfully. I will continue to honor the confidence and trust that you repose in me. And I say to you that I will never betray that confidence and trust. If there's one thing they can't say about Gaston Brown, is that I have a problem of integrity. They can't call me a dunsider or a underperformer or a non-performer. So with those skills that me and my colleagues, and by the way, we're very fortunate to still have a number of senior members still with us. Come with Marvin Joseph, Sir Marvin Joseph, Sir Robin Yearwood, Max Fernandez, come with Chet Green, and all the others. They have a significant amount of skills, they're totally committed, and this is the team that will take our country to the next level of progress and prosperity. I want to make an appeal though to all Antiguans and Barbudans, especially our political opponents, to accept the results of the elections. Let us come together as a united nation that will fight together in order to advance this country. There will be yet another political cycle sometime down the road when we'll contest. But let us cool the rhetoric going forward. Let us prioritize the advancement of this country, recognizing the challenges that we are faced with. And let us not be daunted by the challenges. In fact, if within this institution, the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, and within our government, we did not have the type of resilience, we would not have come through with flying colors from COVID. And certainly, we would not have won the elections. So what you're seeing today is a result of the resilience of the leadership of this great institution and your government. So again, I want to thank you all very much. Unfortunately, this morning will not be a public holiday. We press on to advance the country. We were swearing the country's cabinet, at least myself and the AG, will be installed this morning at about 10:30 a.m. And tomorrow, we will install the cabinet. We're going right to work for you. No time to waste, no time to party. It's about working unrelentingly to take this country to the next level of development and progress. And finally, I say to you all again, thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I feel humbled, again, as I said, to have been the first Prime Minister to have gotten 3 consecutive terms. And that is a significant amount of confidence and trust, which I shall continue to honor. Thank you very much, and be assured that I love you and will continue to fight for all Antiguans and Barbudans until the day that I die. Thank you, much love, and blessings.
Say the vice of Valiant represent for Team Labour. Just stand down, understand. Just stand down.